Welcome to Truth Uncompromised. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is justice and freedom to love, live, and be. Music provided by SourceVibrations.com. Honor and libations to Afeni Shakur, mother of Tupac Shakur. I do want to do a quick biography on Mama Shakur. She transitioned on May 2nd. Afeni Shakur, born Alice Faye Williams, January 10th, 1947, was an American music businesswoman, philanthropist, political activist, and Black Panther. She was the mother of late rapper Tupac Shakur. She acted as her own criminal defense attorney after being accused of taking part in numerous bombings as a member of the Panthers. Exactly 1 year following Tupac's death, with the money made from Tupac's posthumous albums, Afeni founded the Georgia-based Tupac Amari Shakur Foundation, which provides art programs for youth, and Amari Entertainment, the holding company for all Tupac's unreleased material. She has also since launched a fashion clothing line, Machiavelli branded. All proceeds go to his charity, the Tupac Amari Shakur Foundation. Okay, so Mama Shakur, she transitioned on May 2nd. Police and paramedics responded to a report of a possible cardiac arrest at Shakur's home in Sausalito, California. She was transported to a nearby hospital where she was pronounced dead. So we send honor and libations to you, Afeni Mama Shakur.
Yeah.
Okay, family.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, that kind of broke me up. But you know, she's definitely done her work. She was in the movement as a Black Panther, trying to raise our people out of the conditions that we're currently in. And she raised a king who was very conscious and very aware. So honor and libations to Mama Shakur. Okay, family. So with that said, tonight is Thursday, May 5th, and we have a great show planned for you tonight. We're actually going to pick up where we left off last week when we did the topic, what are angels and who are the Galactics? So we will be doing part 2 tonight. Last week we started breaking down some of the angels. We went over the Archangels, what their responsibilities are. We also talked about some other titles of angels, the cherubim and seraphims. We also talked about the fallen angels and what their functions are. So this week we will continue with that, but we need to pick up with the other fallen angels, and it's going to get deep here, family, when we go into their origins. So the fallen angel, Lucifer, so you'll learn who is Lucifer, who is Satan, and how they tie into the Galactic family. We'll also go over Oracle Tahuti, found some information, and I was trying to find high and low the actual names of the 24 elders. So that's going to blow y'all wig back to even find out how the elders tie into the Galactic as well. So really looking forward to that. So greetings, my sister. Greetings, Sis Divinity and Sis Sahida. How are you this evening?
Wonderful.
Feeling good, feeling great, sis.
Good thing, good thing.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm good. I'm almost getting caught up on what I need to get caught up on. Finally caught up on my sleep, so I got to get caught up on the book, sis, because I'm running a little bit behind. But I'm doing good. I'm doing real well.
Very good.
Okay, so I am going to bring on that crazy Wendell. I see him in the house. So, all right, Wendell, put your plate away and all that type of good things. Let me open up your line. Sugar, I know I saw you come on early as we were running our mouth, so here we go. Brother Wendell, you there?
Yeah, baby, I'm here. You ain't doing nothing if you ain't got no Johnny Taylor popping.
I got you, brother. I got you, brother. You gonna like the little song. When I looked up Johnny Taylor, I said, if that ain't the damn in the lounge drinking songs, you ain't tell me Johnny Taylor ain't the in the lounge drinking songs.
My last $2.
Yeah, I was gonna play that, but then I saw the other one that kind of fits into what we're talking about tonight. So I'm like, I'm gonna play that song. But yeah, when I saw last $2, I fell out laughing. I'm like, that is the lounge song. You cannot tell me that ain't the lounge song.
Hey, the last $2 is special love, huh?
Okay.
Hey, I get tickled when I hear Johnny Taylor because before I left the corporate world, I was running a Waffle House. And man, we put the whole Johnny Taylor. We wouldn't play nothing but Johnny Taylor all day long.
Oh my goodness! I'm like, whoa, this so cute to the lounge. You cannot tell me. So I'm gonna surprise you. I'm not gonna let you know which one of his cuts I selected for you tonight.
All right. Y'all doing all right?
Yeah.
All is well.
All right then. Let's get this thing popping. Let's see what craziness I might say tonight.
I know, right? Right. Okay, so let's start with, let me do my size. Let's start with wig cocked to the side, better known as Donald Trump, winning the Republican nomination. So, in other words, that's code for we got to keep y'all asses distracted as the shit done hit the fan. Okay? So, I'm pretty sure everyone knows right now, but I wanted to break down why I feel that it's happening, because we haven't even talked about this fake-ass so-called election they're having. But I had to bring that to the forefront because at the last minute, his opponents just dropped out. So making him the Republican presidential nomination by default. So I feel that it's twofold. Number one, it's getting to the point where the U.S. court has to make some type of move or announcement about them not being able to do commerce and sit at the table with the rest of the world on the new financial system because they have not backed their ish by gold. Okay? So I feel they literally pulled out the Trump card. Hint, hint, get it? They pulled out the Trump card as him being a distraction for what is really going on behind the scenes. The other reason I feel because, they think that everything, they really know that we're not going to have another election, but just in case, they really want Hitler in there.
They
Okay.
want her?
Yeah, they want Hillary. Yeah, they want Hillary because Hillary goes way back with the Cabal's family. Her family roots are deep-seated with the Cabal. So, you know, putting Woodcock to the side and Hillary up against each other makes Hillary an easy win. So I still don't think there is going to be an election. Now, this is just Rhonda's lowly opinion, because I think we're going to run into financial collapse real soon here because of the behind-the-scenes switchover of the system and the U.S. Corp not having its together to have a seat at the table to continue doing commerce. Okay, so I'll yield and let somebody put something else on it if you want to.
Hey, Ron.
Keep it moving. Yes, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The U.S. Corp ain't got no business doing commerce on this land anyway, because ain't that based off the Treaty of Peace and Friendship?
Well, actually, from my entering understanding, and Sis Saheeda, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that the charter done been ran out. So us that are the owners of this land, so whatever you want to call us, okay, whether you want to call us the Indians, whether you want to call us the Moors, whatever, the owners of this land had charters and treaties set up with them. The charter and gives them permission to be over here and to do business. The treaties give them like access to lease the land. Let's be clear. Lease it. Not motherfucking own it.
That's right, sis. And it's so funny that you would bring up treaties because, contrary to popular belief, treaties are not the law of the land, but they are the guidelines we had to come up with when they came on the land, because we didn't need all this stuff.
Exactly.
We didn't need it because we knew how to be here with one another, united, working together.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the Constitution, we wrote it for them.
For them, yes.
That was how they were supposed to operate on our shit.
Right. That's right.
Bring it.
Say it.
Hey,
so to answer your question, yes.
Hey, look here. I'm glad you got your sleep up, girl, because you sounded real good.
I know. I was like,
well, y'all
shoot. It make you want to holler and throw up both your hands.
Hey, I done warned y'all. What was that, Tuesday night or Monday night? One of them, Monday night. That melanated woman is the fiercest warrior on this thing. I done told y'all done got one of them rested up. Y'all didn't say nothing. She might pop off a couple of rolls up in here now. I don't know.
You know what?
She might squeeze on about 3 or 4 of them. I don't know.
You a hot mess, Wendell. Why I get the picture in my head, anybody that dibble and dabble watching Atlanta Housewives when Candy's mom told her old man, I got my eye on you, baby, and I'm going to be in your ass. I'm rested up. I'm back. So, U.S. Corp, don't think that I was getting off of you. Yes, you know, you get our permission to be over here. This is our shit.
Right. That's right.
Taxes were for them.
Yeah.
It was for them. Every piece of business that they do on this land via their corporations, they are to pay us a percentage of it.
Tribute, that's right.
And not following through.
Okay, so all of that has been violated. But unfortunately, we had the disagreeables or the dirty Moors that kept sneaking and re-signing those charters. But all of that's been shut down. So absolutely, I agree with you, Brother Wendell. They, they have to get permission from us to even do commerce on this land.
Yeah, and you know what? It gets even it gets even funkier than that, because every corporation on this land is under them.
Hi, this is Empress.
Oh, hey, greetings, Empress. Greetings. You came in just in time. I'm getting on the U.S. Corp A.
I've been listening. I've been listening. I just came on. I've been listening about 3 minutes. I'm like, oh yeah, it's gonna be good tonight.
She's getting into their sugar honey iced tea.
Yeah.
Hey, Shakur, how you doing?
I'm good. How's everybody?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm looking for running. I got rested up, man. We got the front porch on fire. Hey, you better watch out. She might squeeze off a couple of rounds. You better watch out.
Well, Wanda, I'm gonna yield, girl. I'm gonna let you roll, girl. I just wanted to let you know I was here and I finished my call, and it's all good, girl.
Good. So yeah, when you're ready to put something on it, come on in. But yeah, Brother Wendell, I totally agree with you. So yeah, that's what I feel that's going on with wig cocked to the side. It's just a distraction because the couple of things that I've been seeing in mainstream media, as well as a couple of the other alternative sites, that people that have rolled on to the new financial system have pretty much told the U.S. Corp, we're not going to do business with you. And by the way, I don't know what you're going to do. How are you even going to conduct commerce? And supposedly they still sitting at the table acting crazy, like they can continue to still operate this way because they think that they funky ass military weapons that they could keep doing what they're doing. And so this week I've also seen a lot of activity where various nations are doing drills, and they're playing these war games with each other, firing test shots across each other's heads, warning each other. And to me, that all goes back to the changing of the guards with the financial system, and folks letting the U.S. Corp know that, that are on the new system, that you could go on somewhere with it. Just like you can sharpen yours up, partner, we can do the same. So I feel that that's what's going on. So with that said, let me go into, it was an article that came out with, bear with me here, family. This was from the Event Chronicles, and I think Sis Donna put this out there, and it is dated. Do they even have a date? Oh, this was just May 3rd, so this was a couple of days ago. And the title of the article is a new digital cash system was just unveiled at a secret meeting for bankers in New York. And it says, last month, a secret meeting that involved more than 100 executives from some of the biggest financial institutions in the United States was held in New York City. During this secret meeting, a company known as Chain, so that's code, right? Okay, they're not telling you who the company is. A company known as Chain unveiled a technology that transforms U.S. dollars into pure digital assets. Now pay attention. That's fire right there in that sentence. I'm going to read it again. It's fire. A company known as Chain unveiled a technology that transformed U.S. dollars into pure digital assets. Reportedly, there were representatives from NASDAQ, Citigroup, which they call Citigroup, Visa, Fidelity, Fiserv. For those of you that don't know Fiserv, they're one of the largest credit card processor transaction companies out there, and Pfizer in the room. And Chain also claims to be the partner with Capital One, State Street, and First Data. First Data, if you don't know who they are the largest credit card processors on the planet. And a little bit of information on them. They just recently had a merger or takeover or partnership with Chase, okay? JP Morgan Chase. And they also bought Skank of America, known as Bank of America's credit card processing company. Okay, so now it's all making sense because I follow these companies, and I knew it had to be a reason why First Data was making those moves. So now it makes perfect sense to me why they were making those particular moves. Okay, so it says this revolutionary technology is intended to completely change the way that we use money, and it would represent a major step towards a cashless society. But if this new digital cash system is going to be so good for society, why was it unveiled during a secret meeting for Wall Street bankers? Is there something else, something more going on here than we are being told? Well, we know what's going on. I'll break that down in a minute. Obviously, the Chronicle don't know. It says none of us probably would have ever heard of this meeting if it was not for a report in Bloomberg. The following comes from their article entitled Inside the Secret Meeting Where Wall Street Tested Digital Cash. Wow. On a recent Monday in April, more than 100 executives from some of the world's largest financial institutions gathered for a private meeting at the Times Square office of NASDAQ, Inc. They weren't there to just talk about blockchain, the new technology some predict will transfer finance, but to build an experiment with the software. So I'm going to read another sentence. Pay very close attention, family. They weren't there to talk about blockchain, the new technology some predict will transform finance, but to build an experiment with the software. Okay. By the end of the day, they had seen something revolutionary. U.S. dollars transferred into pure digital assets, able to use to execute and settle trade instantly. That's the promise of a blockchain, where the cumbersome and error-prone system that takes days to move money across town or around the world is replaced with almost an instant certainty. So it's not just Michael Snyder from the Economic Collapse blog that is referring to this gathering as a secret meeting. This is actually how it was described. Let me see. This was actually how it was described. All right, I lost my place. It was actually how it was described by Bloomberg. And I think that there is a very good reason why this meeting was held in secret, because, okay, I'm getting a lot of feedback from somebody. Okay, because I think that there is a very good reason why this meeting was held in secret, because many in the general public would definitely be alarmed by this giant step toward a cashless society. Here is more on this new system from Bloomberg. This new system from Bloomberg, while cash in a bank account moves electronically all the time today, there's a distinction between that system and what it means to say money is digital. Electronic payments are really just messages that cash needs to move from one account to another. And this reconciliation is what adds time to the payment process for customers. Moving money between accounts can take days as banks wait for confirmation. Bull crap, but okay, whatever. Digital dollars, however, are preloaded into a system like a blockchain. From there, they can be swapped immediately for an asset. Instead of a record or message being moved, I'm going to say this again. Instead of a record or message being moved, it's the actual asset. Ludwin said. The payment and the settlement become the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so he goes on to say that, because their spin on the article is that they think that it's something bad, that they're doing a cashless society. Okay, here's my take on this. That is nothing but the new financial system, family. We've been telling you for quite some time that they have been running it in parallel. So meaning anytime that you build any major system component, you never just finish building it, testing it, and then turn on the switch. You always build the systems and you run it in parallel. So meaning whatever transactions happen on the old system, you're running it through the new system to make sure that it's operating properly. So they already know that we're switching over to an asset-backed economy. And so this is just the system being unveiled to these particular institutions. So pay attention to the words that they put in this article. They made it very clear that this cashless would be backed by assets. Okay, so I'll yield in case somebody else wants to put something on it.
They might as well go on and get somewhere.
I always felt that it had to have been a safety net for the people, you know. Like something was in the back doing something, you know what I mean? Because it's like waking up people to the truth. It's really the challenge, and you hear people say it all the time, you know, people won't listen, you know. So I'm like, Creator got to have had something in place.
Absolutely. I get you. And I guess from my perspective, I really do think that the cabal and, you know, and some of our dirty ones as well, because nothing could move without some of our folks being behind it. I think that they wanted to beat folks to the punch with this digital cashless society, and that's part of what the Bitcoin was about. It was either that or they put the Bitcoin out there to test to see how receptive or how people would adopt that technology. And then when the Bitcoin took off the way it did, those that put the financial system in place, the cashless financial system in place that we will be using, that was a great sample indication that we could definitely transfer those who qualify to move on to the new financial system. I'm going to say that again. Who qualify.
Right.
That's right.
So whatever the criteria is to move on to the new financial system, they must meet it.
Yep. I want to say something to that, please.
Absolutely.
That's why I've been teaching that trust. That's why I've been trying to get y'all to get to this workshop. Because commerce is going to play a big part in this. And if you think you're going to come into this new system with this old mindset, you got another thought coming, because you're not going to be able to do it. And so, and I'm saying to everyone is you got to learn how to operate in trust, and you have to learn how to do commerce and light in lieu of dealing with them FREs. That's why somebody holler, that's a bad thing. Yeah, it's a bad thing for people who on that Federal Reserve System.
That's right.
It's a good thing for all the rest of us who know that we be, people probably looking at us jumping and shouting, and they looking at us like, oh God, this is horrible. No, it ain't. Let it come on down. Let Babylon come on down. Yeah.
There you go.
But that's why I've been trying to get everybody, in a mindset. You don't have to know everything. I just want you to just wake up enough to understand that this new system is going to require you to do things and do business different, and that you need to come out of being a consumer.
Yep.
And be a creator, and be a contributor to society as it relates to doing business and building up our land again. Because what has happened, if you go back to what Rhonda said and how all this ties back in, this our land. And they were supposed to be paying us, okay, for using them birth certificates. Them credits that went on that birth certificate, those are our credits that they used to build these companies that they got. And so they owe us all of this money that they did international commerce with.
Yep.
Okay, now I'm going to be quiet. Now I'm right there. I'm put a pier right there.
Good stuff.
Hey, I want to say something since Shama went off on that right there. It's very important for people to understand the purpose of Shama teaching how to operate in the public and private and trust. What people need to get out of their mind is, I got to go do this now. That is not the purpose of her teaching that. The purpose of teaching that is so that we will have a better understanding of how we're going to have to operate. Get the information and get the crap off your mind. Because one thing you're forgetting, you're under contract. If you've been indexed, you told y'all, I'll do it. I'm down with that. Now, there's a lot of people out there that got their mind elsewhere since Sharma started teaching this stuff. I will advise you to adhere to your contract. You're under a new covenant now.
Yeah.
So if you want to destroy yourself, you go right ahead. But that's my little 2 cents on that. Beware.
And I'm glad that you said that. Now, y'all, I'm in Walmart. So, Brother Tahuti.
I want pack. Give me one pack. Just give me one pack. I did an inventory yesterday, and I'm one pack short.
So I'm just letting y'all know I'm in Walmart. But anyway,
Oh, man.
I'm one pack short. Just don't pick up your pack, please. Get.
I'm in the brief section right now for you, baby. What size you need?
34, 36. I get the fact that got 5 of them, get 1 free. You know what I'm saying?
You know what, Wendell? I want you to text me your address. I'm getting ready to pick up your pair of underwear right now. So just text me your address. You said 3436.
That's 3436.
You want the boxer or you want the briefs?
I want the boxers. I want the boxers. Camouflage.
Oh, I got something for you right here too. I'm gonna send Rhonda a picture of, so you know I ain't lying. I'm gonna get you a pair of these drawers. You hear me?
I can't with y'all this evening. I can't, y'all on the air shopping the drawers. I can't, y'all.
I got you a pair of camouflage. We got some mediums and we got some long. I got you a pair of mediums. And Ron, I'm getting ready to send you a picture. Proof that I'm getting ready to send him these camouflage drawers.
I'll put the picture now with the information so you can get your drawers, sugar.
Yeah.
I needed that. That was good.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I just took a picture. And I got you 5 pairs. They're 5 pairs in 1 pack. I just got them in my hand. And Ron, I'm getting ready to send you the picture. Send me that address, girl. But all right. So anyway, I was liking what he said about not going out running. I've had several calls this week. I want to know, okay, what we need to do next. And I've been down to the register. You did what? Y'all, okay. Okay, Rhonda, can you help me out here? Can you please tell the people to sit down?
Okay. Go have a seat. Have several of them. Wait for your instructions. This is training material, beloved. We don't want to have to take up a collection to bail your ass out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stop it. You got to know what you're doing.
There you go.
You're trying to run, and you ain't even sitting the F up.
Yep.
I'm telling y'all, do you know how long it took me to arrive when the light bulb moment came on about trust and commerce and how to operate public and private, and how much money was taken from me, and people giving me half information or deliberately not giving me all the information and all of that. And if you ain't got all the information, it's like it's a reflection on me. Sit down.
Right.
Absolutely.
Sit down, because I don't want my name to be drugged in no mud about Shama gave me some information and I done went to jail.
Right.
Okay? You're not going to mess up my name.
Right.
There you go.
Right. And she has made it clear several times that when you go swim in them waters, you got to make sure that you ain't going to sink no other boats.
There you go.
And if you've been paying attention, you would know what that means. So I'm not going to explain it, because if you don't know what I mean, that means you wasn't paying attention in class.
Thank you. Oh, my God, thank you, because I'm telling you, I'm going to give y'all the information, but you're going to have to be patient, because it ain't just like I'm going to do this in 2 weeks or 4 weeks, because there's a lot to this, because we're dealing with your whole life here from birth.
Yes. Absolutely.
I yield. Oh, okay. God, I yield. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Empress. So, yeah, family, just be patient. Go through the classes. And when she tells you to make moves, But until then, don't take it into your own hands, because you will be locked up. I'm telling you. Because they're going to know instantly that you're not you don't know what you're doing, and one false move where you didn't mix something you weren't supposed to mix, you'll be locked up. Okay, so please don't do it, family. We now have it on record, yet again, that we're telling you not to do it. Okay. All righty. So, yeah, family, that was it with the cashless society one. So I thought that was very, very interesting. The other things, real high level, Puerto Rico did officially default on their debt. They defaulted May 2nd. Okay, so they basically just publicly admitted that they are insolvent. Okay, so that's just yet another example how the old system has pretty much crashed. And those nations that have not made the behind-the-scenes moves that they needed to make with the blessings of the dragons is starting to show. So pay attention when you hear about certain nations either on their way to bankruptcy or they're already bankrupt. And Puerto Rico was one of those nations that has been in bed with the U.S. court for quite a while because they were one of the nations that the U.S. court incorporated a lot of their, what they're calling governments, but they're nothing but subsidiary companies to the U.S. corporation. They incorporated on Puerto Rico's land. Okay, so that's no surprise to me that they're also bankrupt. Okay, so the other thing in financial news, every week it seems like that either Saudi Arabia or somebody in what they call Middle East, which is really Africa, is making an announcement that they are moving away from an oil-based economy. And so Iran on April 28th made an announcement, and this is coming out of RT News, that they are going to abandon foreign gasoline imports. So meaning they will no longer import gasoline from other nations. So they have already started, they're saying a Persian Gulf Star refinery. They're claiming next year, and that's going to end their foreign gasoline imports. Here's what I think is happening with that. I think, number one, that overall nations will not be using oil as their main energy supply anyway. The technology already exists for us not to be an oil-dependent planet. Okay? Now let's look at the spiritual side of that. The spiritual side, we know that oil is, you know, number one is Mama Earth's lubrication, and that lubrication comes from the remains of our ancestors. So they never was supposed to be digging it up, using it in the first place.
Bring it.
Yay! So the collapse of the oil economy is exactly that. It is definitely a monetary collapse, but it's also us, as some of us, the ancestors return, the Galactics, or in that bloodline saying, you will not monetize off of my people any longer.
Here, here.
That is their remains, and that is their living, and that is their spiritual energy. It's over. So when you hear these nations talking about we're moving away from oil, those are the dynamics at work. So I'll yield in case somebody else wants to put something on that one. Okay, so what else? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, beloved.
No, you hit on all the heads.
Okay. Okay. Let me get my side on. Sis Donna Truthfinder sent this. She actually put this one out, and this comes from a site called Telesur TV, and this happened on April 28th, and this is about Pope Pimpalicious and crew.
Okay.
So it says Vatican closes 5,000 suspicious bank accounts.
Oh, yeah.
Vatican bank holders have included mafia figures in the past. No S, Sherlock. Most accounts are used for tax evasion purposes or money laundering. A cleanup of the Vatican bank has been completed with the final tally of suspect accounts that had to be closed, nearing 5,000. The Holy See's financial watchdog said Thursday. Unveiling the 2015 annual report of the Financial Information Authority, its director, DeRussa, said a 3-year examination of a scandal hit institution Religion Works, as the bank is officially known, was now finished. We took a very strict line towards any accounts that were not in compliance with Vatican legislation. And now, finally, the process of closure is done, DeRusso said. Told a Vatican press conference. A total of 4,935 were closed, and that is the final figure. The FIA was established in 2010 by now retired Pope Benedict, what is that, 10, 15, 16, whatever his name is, whatever his number is, who gives a damn, to bring the Vatican's financial institutions into line with international standards designed to reduce the risk of accounts being used for nefarious purposes. IOR account holders in the past have included mafia figures, and it became notorious around the world because of a 1980 scandal centered on the death of banker Roberto Calvi, whose corpse was discovered hanging under Blackfriars Bridge in London. At the same time as it established the FIA, the Vatican signed up for external evaluation by Moneyval, a European body that combats money laundering and the financing of terrorism. And it said, but it also questions why no indictment or prosecution had ensued as a result of the evidence of wrongdoing gathered and handed to prosecutors. In the latest report, FIA said it has been alerted to 544 suspicious transactions last year, mainly involving tax evasions. So I think Oracle Tahuti, I'm going to bring you in, Sugar. Here's my take on this. They must think I'm Willie Lump Lump. Let's first start out with, they weren't going to investigate their damn self. They were made to shut it down. Okay? Think about that. The current Babylon system rolls up to the Vatican, and they going to try to make me believe, moi believe, that they investigated the damn self? Not possible. Not possible. They were told, you're shut down, and we coming for y'all.
Right.
We going through it with a fine-tooth comb, and we going to find where you hit it. So you better go on and give it up. Maybe we'll cut a deal with you, maybe not. So don't let them fool you. The Vatican is not cleaning up its own house. It's trying to show a good face because they were told you're done. So that's my 2 cents. I'm going to bring in Oracle to Hootie. Okay, I see what number. So if anybody wants to put something on it.
Yeah. Rhonda, you know what?
Yes.
Eric, it seems like the more and more we find these articles of concerning the Vatican, it looks more like a cartoon to me.
It is. It is.
And look here, and when the Security Council come over and get you, while you at it, unask all our artifacts and all our sacred texts.
Exactly. Exactly. Matter of fact, we know you got the vault up under there with all of our ish.
All of it.
And we coming for it. Ain't nobody forget.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Oracle, I don't see you. I don't see you on the board. So I'm gonna open up the queue so you can *6 yourself and come in, because I don't see you. Okay, maybe he didn't come on yet. Okay, all righty. I'll look for you. I don't think he came on. So sis, he's gonna come on under a 4059 number. The last 4 digits. I don't see him if somebody wants to look for him on the board.
405.
4059, the last 4 digits.
Okay.
I had spoke with him earlier today, Rhonda, and he had been working some long hours, so I know that he was getting ready to go to sleep a couple hours ago. So he might have gone to bed.
Okay, because he texted me and said we'll be on, and he texted me the number. So I thought that he was on, but he may have not made it on yet. So we'll just have to watch the boards. Okay. All right, family. So let me see. Anything else on the financial news that I wanted to share? I think that is about all. Only other thing that I saw that I found interesting was the Eurozone has stated that their economy remains shaky. As a matter of fact, it is at the size of 2008. Okay, so it says the Eurozone economy is finally back to the size it was before the global financial crisis, AP said on Friday, citing official figures. The 19-country currency union enjoyed an unexpected acceleration in the first 3 months of the year when it expanded by a quarterly rate of 0.6. That's twice the size of the previous quarter rate. It also means the economy is now bigger than it was at the start of 2008, before the financial crisis triggered the deepest global recession since World War II. So in other words, family, that little blurb, and that came from RT News, that other blurb is telling you that the Eurozone is insolvent because they are in a bubble. That's exactly what happened in 2008. Okay, so hold on a second for me, family. I have to close the door. I got a lot of distraction in the background. So in case somebody want to put something on, and I'll be right back.
Anybody?
Not I, quack duck.
Hey, we need to get the cricket sound effect.
Okay, so I'm taking nobody here nothing to put on it.
hey, Ronnie, we need to get the cricket sound effect. So when ain't nobody got nothing to put on, you just turn on the crickets.
I am, but let me write that down. I'm gonna have to. Let me get a cricket sound effect. Exactly. Okay, family. So that's all on the financial news. I did, Sister Divinity, did you want to, and I should have had you do that while I took a quick break. Did you want to give the family your Walmart update? Walmart every week with us.
As you all recall, I did the report on the Walmarts and how they were being turned into FEMA camps, the whole 9 yards. Well, I'm in the Memphis area, and I went to one of the Walmarts on Germantown Parkway, and I noticed the street that runs in front of it. They were starting to build these, I guess you call them retainer walls or whatever. You know, those high
they
walls.
call them like noise sound barrier walls.
Sound barriers.
Yeah.
They were starting to build those, and I remember, I don't know if, I think it was maybe Doctor had said that when they, when you see these things, they will lead you into a place of some sort that you won't be able to get out at some point. And also, as I was leaving, I turned to look at this Walmart really good, because normally I can see the department where they take care of the cars and everything, but they had built that wall so high that it was just impossible. You could not see anything behind it. And today, as my friend and I were traveling, there's this overpass, and I just happened to look up, and I tell you, there were all these military vehicles. They had the crates where, you know, the place where they would obviously put weapons or whatever. Anyways, I sent a picture of it to Sis Rhonda, because I was just so amazed at how they have this just right out there in your face. And these vehicles went as far as the eyes could see. And so it's like they're preparing. You can tell they're preparing for whatever is going to go down. So it's really no joke when it comes to that Walmart stuff.
Yeah, and I just, I'm sorry, sis. Were you done? Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. Go ahead on, sis. I got to open up the door. I done locked people out. Hold on.
But yes, anyways, that's what's happening here in the Memphis area, and I'm going to post a photo on Facebook so you can actually see, you know, all these vehicles and all. I was just really shocked. I thought, oh my God, this is really real. So, anyways, that's my little news update. Anybody got an action going on in their city?
Well, today I looked out the window. Well, usually, you know, we always let you guys know when the jets come through here, because I'm right next to an airport that we have here in my city of Gary. And so today there was a black helicopter that just was hovering. I was just sitting there looking out the window, and it was just hovering. And it hovered for a good maybe 3 minutes, and then it took off. So weird stuff like that happens all the time around here. You know, the black helicopters always just keep flying around and flying around. Sometimes they have the light on, sometimes they don't, you know. That's all I've been knowing. Oh, and I noticed a roadblock one day going to my job route that I take. That has occurred. So
I know, it seems like they're working on every street in Memphis. It seems they're working on, but at the same time, you know, this could be just a distraction or whatever. But everywhere you go now, this is what I'm seeing. I remember Dr. Hood said on the call one day that he was really praying for Memphis, and I said, so there's something that's going on for him to just up and call Memphis out like that.
Absolutely. And, you know, I'm sorry, sis.
You're fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. And then, you know what, also we have to keep in mind, family, that we're definitely not trying to use fear or scare tactics. Right. These are just aware tactics for you to pay attention to your surroundings, because as I mentioned earlier, about wig cocked to the side, a.k.a. Donald Trump getting the Republican nomination, and all of that is a distraction. The U.S. courts is literally backed into a corner. There is nothing they can do. There's no help that they can get from a monetary perspective. They are not really doing any commerce. The only commerce that is going on It's just within the U.S. borders. So there's only going to be so long that can happen. And we talked countless of times on the show about paying attention to what's stocked on the shelves and all of that. Now, I had ordered me some support drawers / pantyhose, and I still ain't received my stuff.
You still got it.
Yeah, and I'm studying.
Girl, you better go to Walmart, wait, put it there, put your eyes on it.
I like that irregular stuff. I got to have the support.
Oh,
and
okay.
So
That's right. Wrong with the stuff here.
Now you see we get that when we get that gray area, you gonna think about your Walmart. You ain't gonna be able to go. You better go while you can, baby.
I got mine stocked up, but this was, just for dress up stuff. And I thought about it. I was getting the attitude, reaching out to customer service, like, where's my ish? Oh, it's on the way. And then it hit me. Now, do they just not have the inventory, and they gonna have to turn around and credit my so-and-so account? I know doggone well it don't take that long to ship some drawers. So we're saying all that to say back to the Walmart and the particular military vehicles that Sister Divinity saw with the gun on the back of it. By the way, family, the reason that all of this is happening because they want to be prepared in case folks start panicking. Okay. I mean, now that is just my lowly 2 cents, because remember, it's not going to be, and that's Oracle Tahuti coming on, the 4059. It's not going to be so much that any nations are coming over here to harm us, because we're not the owners of that debt.
Right.
The U.S. Corp is the owner of that debt. Okay.
And you know what, sis? Speaking of
no
empty shelvings, I was in Kroger, and I know everybody's aware of Kroger, the other day, and I thought, whoa, what's going on in here? So this manager approaches me because he sees the expression on my face. He goes, can I help you? I said, well, are you guys moving or something? He goes, oh, no. We're just getting ready to add wine to the list. And I said to myself, boy, that must be some supply of wine that's coming through.
Or they'll say, we're just resetting the store. We're just doing
I've heard that one too. I've heard that we're just rearranging the shelves. I've heard that one too.
Right. And I thought, yeah, right. That's some kind of wine list that's coming through here then.
Exactly.
Now, Sister Saida told me not to go to Walmart to buy any more of those irregular drawers. I followed her suggestion. Okay, she told me $1, but I messed around and went to Fredericks of Hollywood.
Oh, my goodness.
I made a mistake.
I didn't tell you to do that, though, now, for
I know you didn't. I know you didn't. I went in there, and they had whips and chains on the wall and masks. I had to back out of it. I went to the wrong place.
I did not need that visual, Oracle.
I know. I was in shock myself.
That went to the American People's Store.
I think I'll stick with Walmart. I'm en route to my little part-time job I work, so I could travel around and meet all of you. So if you hear traffic noise, forgive me.
Okay. So based on that, Oracle, did you want to, because I know you got to get to your gig, I can cut the news, and if you want to go over the 24 Elders stuff, or if you don't have it in front of you, we can just certainly table that for another time.
No, I got all my information with me, and when I get to the job and get settled, which would be in about a half hour to 45 minutes.
Yeah. We'll be into the topic then. So cool. Okay. All right. Okay. So long as you keeping focused and not stopping at the nasty people stores. So.
Hey, check this out, brother. Hey, Elder Hoodie.
Yes, sir.
You must have had a flashback of the pimp day when you went in there and didn't recognize it.
Picking up some stuff from his girls.
Yeah. Y'all crazy, man. Y'all crazy.
And I was trying to be cool. I know I came on with people.
Y'all something else. I'm telling you, y'all something else, man.
I know.
Oh, I tell you. Okay. Well, we're gonna move on. The next topic we're going to go into is, we told you so. It seems that Nibiru is back in the news again, and they are talking in code as usual. So this came out on RT News, and this was yesterday, actually. And the title is 3 New Earth-Sized Planets Offer Best Chance of Finding Life Beyond the Solar System. Okay, so now when you look at the picture that they posted, they have this planet, and then by this planet they have like another red-looking planet, and then you see like a little dot in front of that could be a moon, and then another one that looks like a moon or another planet behind it. So it says a team of astronomers have discovered 3 new exoplanets orbiting around a nearby ultra-cool dwarf star, some 40 light years from Earth. Details of the planets were outlined in research published in the journal Nature and show how Earth-sized planets were detected by a Belgian robotic telescope based in Chile. Also known as TRAPPIST-1, the dwarf star is considered to be a part of Earth's neighborhood, and they put that in quotes, and is believed to be 500 million years old with a cooler temperature than our sun. Michael Gillian, one of the authors of the study, said dwarf stars such as TRAPPIST-1 are common in the Milky Way, but this is the first time planets have been tracked in the vicinity of one of them. With such short orbit periods, the planets are between 20 and 100 times closer to their star than Earth to the sun, Gillian explained. The structure of this planet system is much more similar in scale to the system of Jupiter's moons than to that of the solar system. Emmanuel Jahan, another co-author of the report, said the discovery was a step forward in finding life in the universe, and they have that in quotes. So far, the existence of such red worlds, they have that in quotes, orbiting ultra-cool dwarf stars was purely theoretical, but now we have not just one lonely planet around such a faint red star, but a complete system of 3 planets. Gillian added that the location of the planets offer a unique opportunity to search for life beyond Earth. The reason is simple. Systems around these tiny stars are the only places where we can detect life on Earth-sized exoplanets with our current technology. So if we want to find life elsewhere in the universe, this is where we should start to look, he said. Astronomers have yet to research further details about the discovery, including the masses of the planets. Okay. So again, family, talking in code about Nibiru solar system, because again, Nibiru brings with it several planets, several suns, several moons. So obviously what they're describing here is one such group. I found it interesting that they mentioned 40 light years from Earth. That is another clue right there that they are talking about this solar system, because anybody that grew up as a science buff, anytime you would hear reports of them supposedly finding planets outside of our solar system, they would say they're either thousands or million years away. Yeah. And just over the last, I would say 5 or 6 years, they've been bringing in much closer numbers to where these solar systems are supposedly located. So that is your clue right there that they've been tracking Nibiru's solar system all along. They are just dropping clues to you that that is indeed what that is. And literally every week now, there is some type of story in the mainstream media's press about new planets that they didn't allegedly and supposedly discover with multiple suns, moons, and planets, and big in size. They either compare it to Jupiter or they'll say it's 10 times the size of Earth. And that is your clue that they are talking about Nibiru's solar system. So I'll yield in case somebody else wants to put something on it or not. Okay, we will move on whom we told you so. The next article came out of Yahoo News, and it was wave of dead sea creature hit Chile's beaches, and this came out yesterday. Okay, so this was Santiago's Associated Press. Heaps of dead whales, salmon, and sardine are blamed on the El Nino weather phenomenon have clogged Chile's Pacific beaches in months. Last year, scientists were shocked when more than 300 whales turned up dead on remote bays of the southern coast, the first in a series of grim finds. At the start of this year, a surge in algae, and we're going to talk about how they're talking in code here in a minute. At the start of the year, a surge in algae in the water choked to death an estimated 40 tons of salmon in the Los Lagos region, where the Andes Mountains tower over lakes and green farming valleys down to the coast. That represents around 12% of annual salmon production in Chile, the world's second largest producer of fish after Norway. Okay, and it was just saying that 8,000 tons of sardines washed up at the mouth of the central Quele River, while thousands of dead clams piled up on the coast. The authorities blame a red tide of algae and ban fishing in the affected region, putting thousands of fishermen out of work. So I'm not going to read this entire article, but it goes on to just discuss how this is El Nino and the buildup of algae. So here's what they're really saying, family, because they're talking in code. The planet is shifting, okay, and it is shifting because Nibiru's solar system is here, okay, and the magnetic pull from that solar system is causing Mama Earth to literally rotate. And she is going to rotate so much, because we've already rotated. Those of us that watch the sky, we could look up in the sky and we could tell you that the sun don't rise and set in the same position, and the moon's so all over the damn place. I have to literally look around and say, okay, where are you? Where are you going to be tonight? Okay, because we're already literally doing a pole shift. Okay. This was already prophesied. This was part of the prophecy, because we have to shift Mama Earth. It's part of a cleansing process, and it also has to reverse us back into balance. So what will be east will be west, what will be north will be south. Part of that shifting also will be earthquakes. We've already seen the massive weather changes. Texas has been getting a lot of flooding. Different places are still out of season. One day you're wearing a bikini, the next day you got to put on some tights and a jacket. That is all a part of Nibiru playing a part in helping to shift the planet's poles to purify Mama Earth. That is all part of the spiritual awakening and cleansing of the planet to raise her vibration, along with us needing to raise our vibration if we want to operate and function. Now, the reason that the poor little fish and stuff are dying because of the algae, because the bottom of that ocean floor has heated up. Because that volcano underneath is setting off some gases, sending off heat, which is producing the algae, which is killing the marine life. Now, it is said, rumor says, and prophecy says that the U.S. will have a major earthquake. And it is going to split the land, I want to say, in 4 parts. Okay? And as well, we're going to have a tsunami that's going to change the landscape of the U.S., I should say the Americas, period. Because it said that Florida's going to be gone, and some parts of Georgia will have a new coastline, and then California, I've heard it 2 ways. Either California is going to be totally gone, and the line is going to be moved. The new coastline will be moved all the way up to Nevada, or most of it is going to be underwater. Okay, so I'm saying all that to say, when you see articles about Dead Sea creatures washing up, and when you hear them say because of algae, that's already your clue that is the bottom of that ocean floor that has heated up because of volcano activity. And that is all a part of the prophecy which must happen to bring Mama Earth back in balance. Those are the physical side effects, and with Nibiru being here, that's why it's happening, but it was supposed to happen, in other words. So I will yield in case somebody wants to put something on that. And
sis, to confirm that, I'm looking at an article that's talking about the Inuit people. They are local people that live in the Arctic regions of Canada, the United States, and Greenland. And they're saying that they are excellent weather forecasters. And so they are warning NASA that the change in climate is not due to global warming, but rather because of the Earth shifting a bit. And it says the elders declare the sun rises at different positions now.
Yep.
So I just wanted to share that, and confirm what you said.
Well, thank you, sis. Because, yeah, I mean, you're a sun watcher like me, and haven't you noticed a change in where the sun rises and where it sets? Yeah, you can tell. You can tell big time. And it's, to me, it's pretty noticeable because it's shifted, to me, quite a bit.
Well, the elders, they all confirmed that Earth has shifted, wobbled, or tilted toward the north.
And if you notice too, the moon is up during the day.
Yes.
Yeah.
That one I have seen.
Yes, I've seen that too. I mean, and prominently out.
Yes.
During the day.
Like a full moon during the day.
Yep.
And I wanted to go back to the information in regards to the whales. And you know the whales have prophecy inside of them. There was information given to the whales. And so I just wanted you guys to pay attention to that too, that when they couldn't find, it was some prophecy and spiritual aspect to this, that the there was some information transferred to the whales.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and that they were studying whales for a long time, and also the scientists folks were trying to study through the different ways to study the sound of whales, because they had messages in their sound.
The sonars.
Yeah, because I think they started that back in World War II. About noticing how the whales and the dolphins were communicating, because they call themselves trying to mimic them.
Yes.
They probably tried to kill. They probably killed some of them too, trying to.
Oh, I'm sure they did.
Oh yeah, they've been slaughtering the whales and stuff for a long time. Partially for the resources of their oil. The elites, or I want to call them the demons. Would drain the oil off of the whales, and they've done some ungodly things to kill a lot of the whales, just like when they used to kill the buffaloes, when the buffaloes used to roam. And Queen Janine was telling me about how the buffaloes, when they would run through the land, and that vibration of the buffaloes was meant something to our people when they would be roaming the land, and they would be running, and that just the vibration of them. So we have to pay close attention to the animals in which was given to us, because they're here for a reason.
Right. And aren't they from other solar systems as well? Because I heard like the dolphins are the guardians of the ocean, and they're from Syria, and they were sent here to protect the oceans, and hence protect us, and it's probably one of the reasons why we're so fond of them and can work with them so well.
That's correct.
Yeah. So, but they're beautiful creatures, and that breaks my heart when not only when we are mistreated, but the animals as well, because they are beings and they are of divine essence as well, and folks are going to be held accountable for that. They're not going to get off for mistreating them either.
Hey, since you're on the subject of the fish, that shark must have some pretty important information. Did you know that a shark can dive so deep that they can't follow?
Yeah, I read that.
They must have some very important information, and they know how to hide it. Just dive deep. They can't follow.
Yeah, well, they say that and anybody that's seen that movie, The Abyss, if you haven't gone to see that movie, go see it. You should be able to catch it on Netflix. It's a real good flick. I want to say it's back up in the 80s, and where they had dug so deep that they wind up running into some different beings. Okay, and the being spaceship was down there, so I'm not going to give away the movie. It's really a good movie, and the ending is so beautiful. It's really a beautiful ending. But it's also been said in the metaphysics community, I've heard a couple of theories. One of them is that when you go so far down in the ocean, that once you hit a certain point, that it says it's like rubbery, like it bounces. And they said that if you are able to get access, you can go beyond that bounciness, and then you're going into another dimension per se. And so that is another reason why a lot of the beings, and we talked about this when we got up in the tablets, that some of the beings today are still, they live in that deep level. And the reason they said that they live in that deep level is because that atmosphere, as above, so below. So we're in a bubble, Earth, or Mama Tiamat, as she was formerly known, has a protective bubble over her, or AKA quarantine. Okay, so that's what they meant in the Bible when they said firmament. Okay, but once you get beyond that bubble, they said the atmosphere in space is really the same density as that ocean level. And the deeper you go into that atmosphere, the pressure of it changes. So that's the other theory that I've heard. What they are calling outer space still has that same pressure or texture or feel as when you go into the deep bottom of the ocean. Okay, so remember, as above, so below. So,
and also with that movie, The Abyss, there is a alternate ending to that movie that you can go and see on YouTube.
Oh, I'm gonna go see that. That was a good movie. I'm gonna go see it because it's a beautiful movie. It really is. Just stick with it, and once you get to the end, you're gonna be like, oh, it's a beautiful movie. Absolutely.
And sis, I just want to say something right quick. In reference to the animals, remember the one little point that I had told you I found in the Book of Jubilees under notable points? It stated that all the animals spoke until the fall.
Yes. I can't wait till we'll be back on that next week. But yes, sis, go ahead.
Yeah, all the animals spoke until the fall. So, I'm assuming that they will probably return to that. That's just my opinion.
I agree because, and today even they say dogs, they communicate via pictures.
Yes, and they know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, they pick up on our vibration, and also some of the language they can pick up on, but their main form of communication is pictures. Okay, and I kind of get that. I was told that, I think, through a meditation session, but also in my dreams or whatever, certain animals that I was fond of that passed on would come to me and just show me different pictures to communicate with me. And even living animals, when I'm asleep, that I'm fond of, they'll show up in my dream and talk to me through pictures. So yeah, they still communicate very, very well. They just don't, and they really do speak if you think about it, because they all make a sound. It's just we're not and understanding what the language is.
Just like the little babies, they can talk to each other.
Absolutely. Yeah. Right. We don't understand, because we have to remember too that our language, well, what we call is a language, it's bastardized. So it's not even the sacred tongue. So I don't blame the animals. I would be like, you got me effed up if you think I'm going to sit up here and speak that and be casting spells upon myself. I wouldn't speak it either.
Yeah.
So I feel that they're going to return to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And
with no words.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we once we get to that place where most have ascended, the language will change anyway. It will have to, because the sacred language was stripping away from us, because you could operate on a higher vibration and you could manifest what you wanted. That's why the sacred language was taken away. So again, this stuff that they have us speaking now, this bastardized English language, it's the lowest form of vibration in spoken.
Yes, it is.
So
I always wonder where all these cuss words came from. I often wonder where they originated from.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find out, although I do use a few, and I use them on purpose because I want that vibration.
No, it's not that. I just wonder.
Okay. No, I don't feel guilty about it. It is what it is. I be wanting the vibration to ring true at that moment. I know exactly what I'm doing. Just like Jeremiah said what he said, and they want to keep playing it, and that tornado kicked up and tore up some ish.
And he said it with a passion too,
didn't he? Boy, I was rolling, boy. He meant that with all of his fiber, what he said. So absolutely,
the energy behind it.
Yes. He wanted to let them know I am far from playing with you. So, so then we have two. I'm sorry, Brother Wendell. Did you want to put something on it?
No, I was just tickling you.
You know these folks be getting upon my nerves. So we have three other things quickly, family, and then we're going to get into tonight's topic. Another thing that came out in RT News, this was on April 30th, they talked about a first ever tailless comet discovered could give clue to the solar system formation. I just love how all of a sudden they're so interested in letting us know, and I'm finna blow y'all wig back on a few little things, because we've been studying this, family. So remember when I tell y'all you in grad school going to PhD, you're not on no Similac no more, okay?
That's
running with the big dogs now, okay? So it says oh boy, so it says a first of its kind nearly tailless comet has been spotted by scientists who say the object has been preserved for billions of years. As it appeared pristine, the discovery could shed light on how our solar system was formed. Now, I'm going to take y'all back when we was up in them tablets, and hopefully Oracle Tahuti is settled and he could put something on it to help us to clarify. When we broke down for you how these particular galaxies were formed, And we gave you, Dr. York gave you a timeline based on the solar system. He gave you a range. Okay, and it went all the way back into the quadrillions. Mm-hmm. Okay, which is probably the origin and where most of our galactic family are from. And then the younger the galaxy is, it went to the billions, and Mama Earth solar system is in that billions years creation. So I found that absolutely interesting that they're now saying that they find a tailless comet that was preserved and it's in pristine condition, and it's billions of years old, that could shed light on how our solar system was formed. Okay, so I'm going to skip around to get to the meat. It says the discovery of such a strange, and they put strange in quotes, comet has left researchers wondering whether there are more. Depending how many we find, we will know whether the giant planets danced across the solar system when they were young, or if they grew up quietly without moving much. Study co-author Oliver Heiniak, an astronomer with the European Southern Observatory in Germany, said, scientists believe the comet was formed in the same region as Earth, the inner solar system, unlike most others that are born at much greater distances, and they put "are born" in quotes. Researchers say the planet then ejected and reached the so-called Oort cloud, a cold region that preserved the comet from the sun for billions of years. Okay, so when you ever hear scientists say Oort cloud, that means pure melanin.
What kind of cloud?
Oort. O-O-R-T. That means pure melanin. That is courtesy of our master teachers, Dr. Blair and Dr. Phil Valentine and Bobby Hemmett. That always, Oort cloud always means melanin. Okay?
Wow.
All right, so we already know of many asteroids, but they have all been baked by billions of years near the sun. This one is the first uncooked asteroid we could observe. It has been preserved in the best freezer there is. That melanin Oort cloud. Now, that's me putting it in there, because nothing can penetrate melanin. Nothing can break down melanin. It adapts to whatever environment or conditions they try to put it under. Hence why absolutely. Hence why the melanated people will and can never be destroyed. Can never be destroyed because of that gift of melanin. Okay, so just pay attention when you see them talking about an Oort cloud. That means melanin, and we found this solar system billions of years away. They already knew that we have solar systems way beyond where we are, and they knew that it was birthed out of triple darkness, which is melanin. Okay, so pay attention when you see that. The only two more things, and then we're going to get on to the topic tonight. This article came out. This was by RT News, and it said Ice Age Europeans had brown eyes and dark complexion. DNA research. A new study has revealed previously unknown details about early Ice Age Europeans, including fluctuation in their eyes, color, and complexion. Yeah, right. The research paints a picture of a dramatic history of mass migration spanning thousands of years. A paper titled The Genetic History of Ice Age Europe was published by Nature, there go that Nature again, journal on May 2nd. Researchers used new techniques to analyze 51 samples of degraded DNA from ancient remains to shed light on over some 40,000 years of prehistory. Now, we just finished talking about billions of years. Now, you're going to bring me back some MF 40,000 years?
Thank you.
So who do you think they're talking about? Who do you think they're talking about? Okay, I'm going to keep it moving. The study concluded that the genes of the Ice Age Europeans showed prevailing dark complexion and brown eyes. The evidence also revealed that blue eyes appeared 14,000 years ago at most, while pale skin spread across the continent some 7,000 years ago. Now this is what blew my wig back. Both were brought in migration from the Near East. Okay, so I'm going to stop there. Well, let me read one last thing. It says another big find was the different groups of Europeans were descendants from a single founder population between, now this is key, y'all gotta pay attention what they telling you. Another big find was that different groups of Europeans were descended from a single founder population between 37,000 years ago and 14,000 years ago. During the period, Neanderthal ancestry in Europe was in decline, likely due to natural selection. Neanderthal DNA is slightly toxic to modern humans, said co-author Professor David Reich from Harvard Medical School in Boston. Okay, so let's dissect this.
Yeah, like where they plan on going with this.
This is code for trying to tell you where the races, what they separated as races now, originated from. So they're giving you the timeline. This is their words. This ain't Rhonda's words. They specifically tell you that the Europeans' bloodline traced back from 40,000 years ago. We know this planet is billions of years old.
That's right.
They have dug up remains millions of years old that are melanated. Okay, another clue is telling you when they were saying that they both were brought in by migration from the Near East. Now pay very close attention. That's a fire sentence, because if you know where the Caucasus Mountain is, you will know that is what they're talking about. The Caucasus Mountain lays on the border of Asia and Russia.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
That's interesting.
So they are telling you, they're talking in code, talking about the origins of a particular quote race, and that is where the term Caucasus Mountains come from. So they are trying to prepare people for when everything starts to be revealed, and folks have to are forced to come clean about who's whom, who's of what bloodline. These are the little clues that they're dropping.
Wow.
Okay.
That was interesting.
Yeah, very, 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 very interesting article. I've seen stuff before talking about the Neanderthal gene, blah, 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 but I've never seen them throw so many clues into one article about a timeline. So that was very, very interesting. So pay close attention to what they're doing. They're trying to prepare people when it is revealed who is whom and where everyone originated from. And now this is not just about the Caucasian race. It is also about other beings that have that are on this planet as well, and even about ourselves. All of that will be revealed on who's whom.
Hey, Rhonda.
Yes,
Rhonda.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what they were talking about? You know what they was talking about when they was talking about that Neanderthal being toxic?
You go ahead, brother. You tell me.
They're sulfur based.
Instead of what based?
Carbon.
Instead of carbon based.
You better believe it.
And can't get to crystalline.
Well, yeah, because carbon turns into crystal, right? Or diamond.
So sulfur. You said sulfur went down.
SULFAR.
So then could that be an explanation for spontaneous combustion in the body?
No.
No. When you
no. No. That's just stench.
Well, I do know this. Anybody that wants the breakdown of the chemical makeup of what they have classified as races, and the races came about from the mixing of different folks. And some say the mixing and slicing of DNA. If you want to know the chemical makeup, I know Dr. York talks about it in the tablets, or if you want a real quick view, pick up Dr. Layla Africa's book. He gives you the exact chemical makeup of the different races, and he did say that the Caucasian race have a high amount of sulfur in their chemistry makeup. So absolutely, Brother Wendell. Absolutely.
Wow. Now that all goes back to the 9 ether and
right. Right. Remember, he broke down the 9 ether. It's the highly melanated people. The 8 is one, and then he goes on down the line. Absolutely.
Very interesting.
Hey, another brother out there that does a good job at breaking down all this stuff is Minister Inky.
He's on YouTube, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think I've seen one or two of his videos. Absolutely. So, okay, I think Empress has something to put on it.
Now, I was just going to just say in regards to you know, the melanated people and the Caucasian people. You know, I was thinking how it's a shame that our people won't believe how powerful they are. And they'll continue to give their power away because the only thing they've seen that had any power over them is the Caucasian people. And the Caucasian people is going to be shocked because they're going to realize they ain't have no power.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
And the bottom line is we've been made to believe opposite of what we really are, and so have them. And if you try to tell them that they are not as old as they think they are, or they've been around here no longer than 4,000 years, and we've been around for billion years, neither race can comprehend that in their mind.
Yep, agreed.
So
agreed.
we can't we can't point fingers at them, and they can't point fingers at us.
That's right.
Because the only thing they know is what they know. They've been shown that the Caucasian people, forefathers have been so wonderful, and they've been here all their lives. And you try to tell our people we've been here way before time was time.
Right.
Okay. And so we are struggling with identity.
Yes. Yes.
That's what we're struggling with. We're struggling with identifying our true selves. And I wanted to also just mention the pineal gland as it relates to the Caucasian folks. See, they had to stick us with all these immunization shots and all these things to keep our pineal gland from continuing to be open or done things to us to keep us from being able to illuminate. While the Caucasian children, they pineal glands stop and it calcifies by the age of 12 years old.
And that's because of the chemical makeup.
That's correct. And so what they have to do is slow the melanated children down by giving them the shots and stuff so that it appears that the Caucasian children are much smarter than us. Because our pineal glands grows and grows and grows, and we have things going on in our genetic makeup that they could never have.
It's a science thing. It's not so much about being racist or any of that. And quite frankly, if the truth was told, because our ancestors wanted everybody to blend in per se, so the dominant melanin gene could be given to all. Okay, but and some of our folks behind the scenes, I call them the dirty Moors or the disagreeable ones, did not want that to happen. So they put the Caucasus race, quite frankly, on top, although they're still behind the scenes controlling stuff. You best believe they are. But they put them out front to do their dirty work and help them build this system of white supremacy. But the bad part about it, which is really sad about it, now we're in the age where Mama Earth is shifting and she's changing. And if you don't have the proper chemical makeup, number one, to be able to survive the sun's plural people, the suns, and ascending that pineal gland, helping you go to that crystallized level, folks are not going to survive. So the Caucasians were lied to. They thought white supremacy was all about keeping the white race pure, to not mix with the melanated people, messing up their genes, when that's exactly what they should have been doing for survival. And if you think I'm lying, if I'm sitting up here being racist or I'm being ignorant, go check the birth rate records. It will show you the decline of the Caucasian race across this planet, because it is a scientific genetic thing.
They're a negative birth rate right now, ain't they?
Absolutely they are a negative birth rate. Absolutely.
And they're making it look like that on TV.
Yes.
That there's a lot of them, when actually
it's not.
They make up like about 3% of the population. And if you look at all the different geographical areas in the world, like North America, South America, you got Haiti, you got Dominican, all the islands. They're melanated people. They're our sisters and brothers. But they put like the China and Japan and Asian people to be like these white-looking people with brown hair. Okay? Those real people are dark like we are.
Yeah,
the real Chinese and the Japanese and the Asian people. That's why they call us the Asiatics.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay. They came from the melanated, darker people, but they have put these. They look like they're white people with brown hair. But our people of those races, those countries, the real people of the countries. When you talk about Chinese or which that's not their real names, you know, but for you know, for what we're talking about sake, we'll say that the faces that they put on these people are not the people, the race of people, the real race of people that they are.
Yeah,
I yield.
Absolutely, absolutely. And just to again, just reiterate that even what they call racist today, as Sis Divinity mentioned, you can break it down to the amount of melanin in their particular system, and you can break it down to an associated number. So 9 is the supreme number of the universe. Melanated people are 9 ether beings. Okay, so that is the being with all of the good stuff. And then you have like the 8, which I think are the Indians, and then I want to say it's a 7, which I think are the Asians, and then there's a 6, and I forget who the 6th is. So it goes on down the line. So Empress is absolutely correct. So that article really blew me away that they were trying to give clues on the Caucasian race and their origins. Okay, so just pay attention because, you know, as things continue to heat up on this planet, and as these solar systems get real close, and when they're unable to hide the multiple suns that we have, it is going to start to affect people. And they're going to have a lot of splaining to do. And that's when they're not going to have a choice but to reveal to people why these things are happening and why their particular chemical makeup is not able to handle it.
The truth is already being revealed before our eyes. We're just not perceiving it. We, the melanated 9 ether beings, we have what's called the dominant gene. That's brown eyes and black hair. The 8 ether beings, they are the Mexicans, the Aztecs, and the Indians. They also have black hair and brown eyes, a lesser degree of our 9 ether melanation. Then when you get to the 7 ether beings, those are the Asian beings, and they too have black hair and brown eyes, a lesser degree of our 9 ether essence. Then you have the European race. They are 6 ether beings, and they have recessive genes.
Right.
And recessive genes gives you different color hair and different color eyes.
Yep.
There are a portion of the Europeans who do have enough percentage of our melanation, 9 ether melanation, that some of them have black hair and brown eyes. But what is revealed to us as far as the chemical makeup of mankind we, the 9-ether beings, don't need suntan lotion to walk in the sun. Only when you get down to the lesser ether essence do they need suntan lotion, because they are not sun people. We derive great energy from the sun. If you notice in the wintertime how we are not really energized, but let the spring and the summer come.
Oh, it's on and popping.
Yes, new rays of the sun, we are highly energized. That's not a jab at any race. That's just genetic facts, and that's not racist. So I'm settled in, and anytime you want me to chime in on the 24 elders, just let me know. I'm ready.
Okay, great, Oracle. Thank you. So glad you're with us. And Sis Linda texts me. Thank you, Sis Linda. Love you. She texts me the name of a book. It's author Daniel Quinn, and it's called A Novel by the Author of Ishmael, The Story of B, An Adventure of the Mind and Spirit. And what she said to me, that particular book explains the Caucasus Mountains and where the Caucasian race came from. And she said it's really deep. Okay, so I'm actually going to pick that book up, Sis Linda. So again, the name of that book is Daniel Quinn, A Novel by the Author of Ishmael, The Story of B, An Adventure of the Mind and the Spirit. Okay, so great input, family, great input. Okay, so do your research, family, so you can enter and understand how we have come to this point today, and it's important for the Caucasian race to enter and understand this information as well, because it's been hidden from them also. Okay, they are a victim and part of this as well. Okay, because they were used. Because anybody that wants to survive, they want the best for their children, they would have made different choices. Okay, so the last story, and then we're going to move into the main topic, is from RT News, and I have been hearing about this the last couple months, especially, I want to say, the beginning of this year. It says chemical vapors sicken 20 nuclear facility workers, cause evacuation work stoppage. And so this was 20 workers at the Hanford Site nuclear facility in Washington State were sent for medical evaluations after inhaling chemical vapors in the vicinity of a leaking nuclear waste tank, which was being transferred, according to the U.S. Energy Department officials. Hanford tank workers were performing routine tasks at the vast nuclear waste site when they all started complaining of headaches on Thursday before being sent for medical evaluation. Okay, so it just goes on to kind of give the timeline of when this nuclear tank started to leak. So the reason I am bringing you this story is because this is the second public story that we've heard over the last couple of months, because they came out and told us that there is a plant somewhere in New York, and a pretty big one as well, that's also slowly leaking nuclear waste. And I know that someone told me that has been happening for quite a while. And, I'm believing that it may be even the Galactics that are holding back from these particular nuclear plants from totally melting down. Okay. Wow. So this is just another thing that is going on right here in our back door, per se, that is being hidden. This is the second publicly one that they talked about that is slowly leaking, that it hasn't impacted the public, yada, 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 this, that, and the third. But I was told a couple of months ago that it is definitely more than these two that they are mentioning in the media. And I personally believe that it's, quote, quote, the Galactic that are guarding them from totally melting down, because eventually we will have to totally clean that up and get that toxin off of this planet and clean up the nuclear waste that Mama Earth has already suffered, because it takes a very, very long time for nuclear waste. Some say that it never leaves. So that's when all of the new technology that has been suppressed will have to come out as well to cleanse the planet. So I just want to make you all aware. If nobody else had anything to put on it, we can move on to the main topic tonight. Okay, so we're going to move on. Okay, before we get into the main topic tonight is what are angels and who are the Galactic. We're in part 2. Now, what I do want to discuss, I was putting up Sister Jones' show, Mama Ya, Tuesday. I was doing something, and I was typing up the word feminine. And then all of a sudden, something said, look at that word. Why don't you break down the etymology of that word? And so the first thing that stood out to me with that particular word is it has 9 in it. Okay? Feminine. But they're calling it feminine. We just got through telling you that 9 is the highest number in the universe, and it is a very sacred number. It equals completion, and it equals creation. The other part of the word feminine, I looked at the fee, and I looked at the me, and I said, okay, wait a minute. I know me is a musical note that has a certain tone and vibration to it. So I thought about the fee, and it put me in the mind of the musical note fa, like the musical note scale, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, whatever the rest of it is. Okay, so it wasn't quite fa, because fa is F-A, but fee, there's a F in a musical note. It has a frequency of it says anywhere above 440 hertz to 349 hertz. E has a vibration frequency rate of anywhere above 440 to approximately 329. Me is on the musical scale, okay, and the original sacred musical scale, because the musical scale was changed, okay. What we have today is not that do, re, mi, sol, la, sol, fa. It was changed slightly, which vibrates a little lower, okay. So the proper ancient musical scale is called solfeggio scale, okay, and it's spelled SOLFEGGIO scale. So again, that's S as in Sam, O-L, F as in Frank, E-G-G-I-O scale. And if you look that up, it will show you all of the different scales. All of them have a particular number associated with them, And when you have any string of numbers, if you add them up, they will come out to one number, okay? And all of this musical scale comes out when you add these three numbers up. Any one of them will always equal a 3, a 6, or a 9. Okay? That 3, 6, 9, anyone that follows, what's my guy that was on the ancient technology? I can see his face so clear. It'll come to me. I can't think of him right now, but he was the one that used that combination 3, 6, 9 to create, they say, the first wireless connection, but he actually got it from our ancestors. But that 3, 6, 9 combination, that represents the universal wave scale, okay? So the wave of the universe controls everything. That is part of the mathematic code of this universe. So specifically, the me in FEMA 9 has the musical tone or frequency of 528 hertz. That particular hertz represents miracle. It represents the return of the human DNA to its original structure. This frequency brings transformation and miracles into your life. The process of DNA repairing, and followed by the beneficial effects, increased amount of life energy, clarity of mind, awareness, awakened or activated creativity, deep inner peace states, dance, and celebrations. It activates the tone me, activates your imagination, intention, and intuition to operate your highest and best purpose. Okay, so I don't know why that was spoken to me. I promise you, I was just minding my business, doing some work, and all of a sudden, I got the message. Look up that word. What does FEMA 9, what do you see? Break it up. And so that is the breakdown that I got of the word FEMA 9, and it is no mistake why they named it that way, and it is no mistake why it is associated with the divine feminine principle. So with that, I'll yield if anybody wants to put anything on it. If not, we'll get right into the topic tonight.
There's something very important right in the center of that word. Me. Me. I first ran across the me in the Lost Book of Ink, and I went on a hunt to find out what that meant. The first thing I found described the me's as mechanical energies. And then I later found out that the me's were the secrets to civilization.
Say that again.
Wow.
Say it. Well.
Yep, we are.
Say that again.
I later found out that the me's were the secret to civilization.
Wow.
That's not important. Oh, my goodness. That wasn't a bomb, was it?
Yes, it is.
It's so enough.
Say that again, Wendell. I got distracted. I just heard the bomb go off. Please say it again.
In the Lost Book of Inky, I read in the Lost Book of Inky, they was talking about the Medes, and I had to find out what was the Medes that was so important. So I went on a hunt for it, and I found that it was described as mechanical energy. And then I kept digging, and I found out what it really meant. It really means the secrets to civilization.
That's deep.
And Sis Linda just texted me the mitochondria extraction, okay, because all DNA can be tied back the earliest through the fee.
That's right. That's right.
Very, very interesting. Very, very powerful. So people pay attention. This is why we're in the age now where Mama Earth, being a fee, must be put back into her rightful position. She must ascend as the fees of this planet, specifically the melanated fee with the oldest mitochondria DNA. Pay very, very close attention, because this is why we were out of balance, because the she were knocked out of her position. And that is the fall of civilizations.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. When you knock her out of position, you're kind of doing away with the secrets to civilization.
Absolutely.
So ain't nothing going to be right.
Absolutely. Because all life starts with her.
And so goes to the stating, you can tell the state of a nation by the way of the woman.
That's right, by the state of its women. That is absolutely correct. The condition of its women. Absolutely. So I just want to bring that to you, family, because it just stood out to me, and then someone else, I'm not going to bring that up unless go into specifics. I would love for that person to share it, but right around that same time, had a similar experience.
I want before you move on, sis, I want to add something to what Wendell was saying about the me. I'm looking at a chart, and it's represented by gold, 528 hertz, transformation, and miracles, DNA repair.
That is correct. That's that note. That's that 528 hertz that I was just discussing. And anybody that jumps on early before every show, the intro, you hear this little weird noise that I am doing the intro over. And that is in the background of that little musical combination is the 528 hertz mixed into that. So I purposely chose that particular snippet because it is on that particular sacred musical note scale. Okay, and for those of you that are Erykah Badu fans, she does it all the time. She drops in different sacred musical notes in her music for a reason, to stimulate your vibration, okay, and to help your pineal gland. So these are the things that we have to start back studying because we already know them. We've just forgotten them. So that's why you will consistently hear me say, and I did get that from our beloved Dr. Blair, you are in graduate school. You're not a baby anymore. You up off the Similac. So you're dancing with the big boys when you come in my world. These are things that we as people need to start entering overstanding so we can ascend.
All right.
So, all right, family. So we're going to get into the main topic tonight, which is what are angels and who are the galactic. This is part 2. So last week we went over who the angels are. Sister Divinity walked through the archangels. She also broke down the titles of the cherubims, the cherubims, and certain other angels. She talked about their functions, and then we also went over the fallen angels and their particular functions and why they failed and what they did when they came upon Earth that caused them to fall, and then who their offspring are. So if you didn't catch that particular call last week, it is on YouTube. It's lengthy, but it is worth it because a lot of jewels were dropped on that particular show. So with that said, I want to bring in Oracle Tahuti. Oracle, are you still there? Because tonight we're going to go over the 24 elders. Y'all, this the bomb. I've been looking for this information for so long. I couldn't find it, so I'm like, wait a minute, I know Oracle will know. So Oracle then pulled up names for y'all and everything. So we're going to go over the 24 elders. We're going to go over who is Lucifer, who is Satan. So get ready for your wig to be back. Go on and get your coffee, refreshments, whatever, because you're entering grad/PhD school. So Oracle, are you still there with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, you ready to
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
hit us on the 24 elders. All right, it's all yours.
Okay, what we have in the spiritual realm is 24 elders, and they are angels, Elohim. The first elder is Melchizedek. In Scripture, he is called the King of Salem, which is the King of Peace. Then we have Elder Gabriel, Elder Uriel, Elder Raphael, Elder Israel, Elder Uzael, Elder Akatriel, Elder Anaphael, Elder Azabuga, Elder Barakiel, bear with me in this pronunciation. The 11th elder is Elder Mataron. Then we have Elder Kemuel. Then we have Elder Kayiel. Then Elder Galgiel. And Elder Uthiel. Elder Ragiel. Elder Quadesin. Elder Raduriel, Elder Raziel, Elder Mahayi, Elder Yanuwu, Elder Suriel. And the importance of saying these names is because it brings you vibration from a higher spirit.
Bring it. Level. That's right. Bring it, Oracle.
Then we have Elder Zaguel. Then the 24th seat is the seat of Yahshua, who is the 24th elder of this day and time. Now, that is the spiritual realm of the 24 angels. When it comes to Melchizedek, who is the first angel created by Yah Allah, this is what it says in Revelations 4:3. And he that sat was to look upon like a jasper and sardine stone, and there was a rainbow around and about the throne, and a sight like unto an emerald. Now, Dr. York further explains what that means. And what Dr. York said was, and Melchizedek, leader of the deity, supreme deity, who sat looked like a jasper stone. When was in the spiritual form, and a sardine stone, being used to describe his complexion as being dark brown and reddish. And there was a rainbow round about the seat, which resembled an emerald, a green-colored stone symbolizing rebirth and life. Now, Melchizedek, who is the first elder in the spiritual realm, is also called El Qadir. El Qadir means the green one because he was created from Allah's reflection. So, when we look at what John said in Revelation 4:4 about the 24 elders, John sees 24 elders sitting around the throne of Yah Allah. Okay? Now, and all around the throne were 24 thrones, and I saw 24 elders, the high priest after the order of Melchizedek. They made up what is called the secret seat of council, sitting in white outer garments, and they had on their heads crowns of gold, symbolic of those who succeeded, being crowned with authority. The 24 elders are the keepers of the source of all things to come. Their role is to guide man so that they may stay on the path of the righteous. The 24 elders came down from the heavens to give man right knowledge, right wisdom, and right understanding. In order to give man the right knowledge they came to share, the 24 elders established mystery schools, which were housed in pyramids in certain temples all over the world, such as Egypt, Central America, Easter Island, Tibet, India, Mu, and Atlantis. So in this description of where the 24 elders established the mystery schools, we find a lot of ancient lands mentioned. These ancient lands are still here, okay, like the land of Mu. You could tell the land of Mu because that's like Florida. You could tell by the vegetation. Okay, the vegetation in Florida is different. Also, the vegetation in California is different. The vegetation in Hawaii is different. So if you look at the land of Mu, it makes reference to areas that produce foods that is not normally produced in other parts of the earth. That is the land of Mu. Now, the importance of these 24 elders is that there are 7 of them who rotate the hours, because each hour of the day you have an angel in charge. And those 7 angels among the 24 elders is Raphael. He is in charge of 1 o'clock in the morning. Gabriel is in charge of 2 o'clock in the morning. And this is on a Sunday. There's a 7-day schedule here where the angels reign and assist us. 3 o'clock in the morning, Cassiel is the angel in charge. 4 o'clock in the morning, Sachiel. 5 o'clock in the morning, Zamael. And 6 o'clock in the morning is Michael. And 7 o'clock in the morning is Anael. So these 7 angels, they rotate and repeat their position that Yah Allah has given them to be in charge and carry out his commands and assist mankind. So those are the 7 angels. And you have archangels. Let's see. The archangel Tazfael and Tazdiel, Tamael, Raphael, Haniel, Michael, and Gabriel. They are in charge of the days of the week. as well. And each angel on Saturday, Tazafiel operates out of the planet Saturn. Tazdikel operates on Thursday out of the planet Jupiter. The Archangel Camael on a Tuesday operates out of Mars. These are the energies that we as mankind, if we learn to tap into those frequencies, we are able to call on the Archangel of that day to assist us in our endeavors. On Sunday, Raphael, who operates from the sun. On Friday, Hanael operates out of Venus. On Wednesday, Michael operates out of Mercury. On Monday, Gabriel operates from the moon. So you have to understand the point of the 7 chakras of the body. They are connected to these 7 planets, where we have archangels who operate from each of these planets. So if we memorize and learn the names of the angels and the planets they operate from, when we want to accomplish something, we know the archangel's name to call on for assistance. Now, this information comes from the Greater Key of Solomon, and the Greater Key of Solomon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and it gives you a complete breakdown, the Greater Key of Solomon, on how to access the 24 elders and request assistance and guidance from them to do whatever righteous deed it is that we want to do. So that is the spiritual realm of the 24 elders. Now we have to deal with the physical realm of the 24 elders, which is mankind. The 24 elders of mankind. What takes place is you have the ancestors, the ancient ones, who observe, and I'll put it this way, observe men and women and their deeds that they commit. And when a man and a woman proves themselves to the ancestors, they incarnate themselves into that man and that woman to become one of the physical 24 elders of this realm. So we have to understand that we have to be careful in what we do and say, because we can be honored by the ancestors to have them to incarnate themselves into us, to give guidance and instruction to mankind. And that is what took place with Dr. York. Dr. York had an incarnation which is said to be Melchizedek. That's how he wrote so many books and did so many great things, because the ancient one, Melchizedek, incarnated himself into Dr. York, from my understanding. And we all have that same capability as long as we understand the structure and the names of the spiritual 24 elders. Then we're able to vibrate at a higher level and more things come to you. Your abilities grow, your senses grow. That psychic ability that most people don't believe they have, oh, yes, you do. There are so many senses that you possess, and once you vibrate at a higher frequency and obtain this knowledge and practice it, not just know it, but practice it, you will vibrate at a higher level, and you will be that attracting light, that guidance to the walking dead, because we have so many on this earth who are the walking dead. We are to revive them we are to guide them on this spiritual pathway, this spiritual journey we are on. So the knowledge that you're picking up from Truth Uncompromised and all the other calls out here guide you to do the work that we were created to do, and that is to ascend, excel, and be in heavenly bliss with our Heavenly Father, Yah Allah. And I yield.
Wow. Thank you so much, Oracle Tahuti. Because like I said, I searched high and low for that information. So that was very, very powerful. I never had all of the names of the 24 elders and the breakdown of their function. So I truly appreciate it. So I am going to pick up that book as well to get that in-depth information on them. So before, I did have a clip that I wanted to share with the family from one of my favorite YouTube channels, and he also studied with Dr. York, the big head scientist. He started putting up little clips of each one of the 24 elders. So I have, how many? He hasn't gotten to all of the angels, the elders rather, / angels, but he does have 4 of them. So I want to share that with the family as well. But before I do that, did anybody want to put something on what Oracle Tahuti just said? Because that was fire information, by the way.
Yeah, it was. I want that book too. That would be really interesting to know which angel to appeal to at any given day. That's awesome.
Yeah, and not just the angel. You talking the elders. And it really kind of shocked me about Melchizedek sitting at the head.
I know, but doesn't it make sense?
It makes total sense. It makes total sense. And folk that have been with us for quite a while, when we were breaking down that Superman story, and I talked about Superman being a melanated man and how he is under the order of Melchizedek, and how Melchizedek itself is an order. So I just find that very, very interesting that Melchizedek sits at the head, and even Yahshua answers to Melchizedek. So that was, whoa, you blew my wig back on that one.
I know.
So unless anybody has anything, I was going to go ahead and start with some of the elders' clips. They're real quick. They're about 4 minutes a piece, so we probably got about 10 or 15 minutes worth. So does any one of the Dream Team have anything to put on it? If not, I'll start with the first clip. Okay, so I'm taking silence is meaning no, so I'm getting started. So here we go, family. So Dream Team, mute your phone.
اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم صدق الله العظيم.
Greetings. I am the Archangel Gabriel, one of the 2 highest-ranking angels in Judeo-Christian and Islamic lore. My name means the Mighty One of the Elohim. I have had many roles and functions over time. I serve as a messenger from the Most High to certain people on earth. In the Old Testament of the Bible, I appeared to the prophet Daniel, delivering explanations of his visions. In the Holy Quran of the Muslims, I am mentioned under the name Jibreel, and I appeared to the Islamic prophet Muhammad to reveal to him the first surah, the 96th chapter, Al-Alaq. Read. But perhaps my most important function has been as the father of the various Gibborim, the mighty men of renown, who were hybrids, half human and half Elohim. I am the one sent from the Elohim, to human women of earth, to go half on a baby. After the Nephilim, the incubus fallen angels, came to earth and raped and impregnated light-skinned human women who gave birth to offspring who were part human and part demon, whose every imagination of their hearts, and all of their actions, were wicked and evil continuously. I was tasked, by the Most High, to copulate with certain chosen, virtuous human women to have benevolent and righteous children with, to bring balance back to the earth. This whole story is recorded in the Bible, in the first 6 verses of chapter 6 of the book of Genesis. Read. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God, the Nephilim fallen angels, saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, or light-skinned, and they took them, or raped them, of all which they chose. And then Yahweh said, My Ruach, my Holy Ghost, my Holy Spirit, the angel Gabriel, shall not always strive with man, for man is flesh, and his days shall be 120 years. There were giants, Nephilim, in the earth in those days. And also after that, when the sons of God, the Ben Elohim, righteous angels, came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men of renown, the Gibborim, or offspring of Gabriel, the mighty one of the Elohim. As you can see, if you read, it is written in the Bible, that I, Gabriel, am the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit, and Father of the Gibborim, the mighty men of renown. There have been many Gibborim mentioned in the Bible. The great master builder Nimrod, who is one of my descendants, is described as a Gibbor, a mighty one. Nimrod led a team of Gibborim, mighty master builders, who were able to build the Tower of Babylon, a tower to heaven, which was really a launching pad for a spacecraft, because they all spoke one language, gibberish, or gibberish, the language of the Gibborim, which regular humans, nor demons, and not even certain Elohim, could understand. Which is why if you read in the Bible, it is written that since the builders of the Tower of Babylon spoke one language, gibberish, or gibberish, the language of the Gibborim, then they were able to do anything they imagined to do. My descendants, the Gibborim, were the mighty men of valor who fought with Joshua in the Bible. I foster in joy, truth, justice, and love. In the Quran of the Muslims, and in the Gospel of Luke in the Bible of the Christians, I appeared to Zacharias, to foretell the birth of John the Baptist. I simply sat him down, and told him, that I have come to deliver you good news and glad tidings. I told him that his wife Elizabeth would soon give birth to a boy named John the Baptist. Zacharias asked me, My Lord, how will I have a boy when my wife has been barren and I have reached extreme old age? I told him, not to worry, it is easy for me, just leave her with me. And 9 months later, John the Baptist was born, and Zacharias took good care of my son. When Mary, daughter of Imran, wife of Joseph, withdrew from her family to a place toward the east, I appeared to her as a well-made man, a well-proportioned man, and I told her, I am the messenger of the Most High, here to give you news that you will give birth to a son. She asked me, how can I have a son when no man has touched me and I have not been unchaste? I told her, not to worry, it is easy for me. Then I came in unto her, and filled her with the Holy Spirit, and she caught the Holy Ghost. Then I appeared to Joseph, Mary's soon-to-be husband, and I told him to fear not and take Mary as his wife, because the child which is conceived in her, is of me, the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit, and she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Yahshua, for it has been decreed that he shall save his people from their sins, and he will be a sign to the people and a mercy from us. And Joseph knew her not, until she had brought forth her firstborn son, and he took good care of my child. Now, that time has come again, where the earth is full of wicked men, children of the fallen angels, the Nephilim. I, Gabriel, the mighty one of the Elohim, have returned to earth, looking for virtuous fair women, with whom I can come in unto, and fill with the Holy Spirit, so that they may give birth to righteous sons, half human and half Elohim. Let's go half on a baby, to give birth to the Gibborim, sons of Gabriel, who speak gibberish, or gibberish, the mighty man of renown.
Okay, so that was from, again, the Big Head Scientist YouTube channel, and that was on Archangel or Elder Gabriel. Did anyone have anything else they wanted to put on it? I think what I'll do, I'm just going to play one more of the 24 elders, and then I'm going to come back to see if you all want to put something on it. And then I have one more clip that I want to play for you all that's very, very important, and it gets into who the Galactic are and how we are connected to them. And then we're probably going to open up the phone lines. I'm not going to be able to get to the Lucifer and Satan stuff tonight because I don't want to rush through that. So before I move to the next clip, does any one of the Dream Team have anything you want to put on it? Okay, I'm going to move on. Okay, the next one of my favorites, Uriel. Okay, here we go, family.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine.
Peace, love, and light. I am Muriel, the fire of the Most High, the light of the Elohim. Elohim is the name you can find in your Bible for the angels, but we are really extraterrestrial interdimensional entities. I am one of the 7 archangels, and the 18th of the 24 elders. I am one of the angels of the 4 winds, representing the cardinal direction of south. I am an angel of knowledge, the patron saint of the arts and sciences. I illuminate the mind with information, ideas, epiphanies, and insights. Call upon me whenever you need a solution, when writing, while studying, or when taking a test. Call on me before making decisions, or when you want to learn new information, or resolve conflicts. I will speak to you, from mouth to ear, to give you correct and appropriate answers, which you will receive as words or thoughts that are suddenly downloaded into your mind. You can call upon me to guide your intellectual pursuits. I am the angel of wisdom who shines the light of truth into the darkness of confusion. The light shineth into darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. I am permitted to describe signs about good and evil at work in the world, but it may still be difficult for you to understand from your limited human perspective. If you cannot understand all the things which you have experienced while growing up, how then can your mind comprehend the way of the Most High? And how can one who is already worn out by the corrupt world understand incorruption? I rule the mental plane of thoughts, ideas, insights, judgment, and universal consciousness. I am your link to the spiritual realms, and I can show you how to find inner power through a process that will help each individual shift in consciousness. I can show you how to heal every aspect of life, turning disappointments into victories, finding blessings in adversity, and releasing the painful burdens and memories of the past. I use my flaming sword to purify mental and emotional understanding, and transmute lower vibrational energies into enlightened spiritual understanding. I hold the key to transcendence, which facilitates the ability to enter into the kingdom of the Most High, the higher realms of energetic vibration and consciousness. I am releasing my message at this time because humanity has indicated, through its willingness to embrace the shift in consciousness, that it is ready to listen, act, and transcend the human experience. I stand at the gate of the Garden of Eden, with my flaming sword, to deny entry to those who have forgotten how to love the Most High. I have held many responsibilities throughout time protecting humanity. I warned the prophet Noah about the upcoming flood. I served as a guide to the prophet Ezra. I led Abraham to the west. I rescued John the Baptist from being murdered by King Herod, and I carried John and his mother Elizabeth to join Jesus in Egypt. I was the angel who checked the doors of homes throughout Egypt for lamb's blood during Passover. I am the archangel with the flaming sword of light which turned every way, flashing back and forth, who protected and guarded the gates of the original Garden of Eden. I am the guardian of the garden. I helped to bury Adam, Eve, and Abel in paradise. I fought against the Nephilim, the fallen angels, during the war in heaven. I hold the key to the bottomless pit, which will imprison the Nephilim, the fallen angels, at the end of times. Those Nephilim, those fallen angels, those incubus, who have assumed many different forms, and have copulated with human women, to defile humanity and lead them astray, they shall be judged on the great day of judgment, and they shall be imprisoned in the bottomless pit, until the end of all things. I am Uriel, the fire of the Most High, the light of the Elohim. I can intercede for you, so that your heart may burn with the fire of the Most High. I can intervene for you, so that the light of the Most High will dwell deep within your soul. I can train you to use the lightsaber, the flaming sword of truth, to cut away all that is not in conformity with the will of the Elohim, that you may fully participate in the army of the Most High.
Okay, family. So again, that was a clip from the Big Head Scientist, and that was on Elder and Archangel Uriel. So what I wanted to say about that particular one, Uriel, I've come to know his particular work as we read the book of Enoch on our Creation Story Myth series, which we will be getting back to next week. But this is such great information because it all ties in. But what I found interesting in that clip is when he talks about his sword and how it's making that sound. And so now you know where Star Wars, I told you all that before, where they got the story of Star Wars. It is an ancient story, and they pull different pieces out of ancient texts. So the Terra Papers being one of them, and the El Holy Tablets being another one, and the Book of Enki, and a lot of Zechariah Stitch's work. Okay, so those swords that you see from Star Wars, because they were even saying that Anu has one as well, which is red. Okay, so that's where the story of Star Wars got that information. So I found it interesting that Uriel talked about his particular sword as well. So yeah. I'll yield in case one of the Dream Team want to put a little something on it.
Yes. Those clips deserve the bomb.
Okay. Yeah, cause, you know, I love all of it. You know, all of my Galactic family, all of them, as I'm starting to come to know them a lot more, or maybe I'm just coming into remembrance. But just recently here, as we were going through the Book of Enoch, Uriel, I found out a lot more. So yeah. I have grown a fondness of him and Mikael. So okay, yes, so I'll and let y'all put something on it.
When we say that the Truth Uncompromised show is university level knowledge that you, the listeners, are picking up, the university is a derivative of the word universe. We are opening up the expanse of the universe to your mind to get you to vibrate at a higher level of overstanding so that you can begin to see and to hear and not believe anymore, because the belief system, we're beyond that. We're into the age of I know.
That's right.
So you are being fed the food from the garden of Yah Allah so that you can overstand and know the truth. You can overstand and understand. No longer understand, be under the spell of the Leviathan. Don't understand anything. Begin to overstand and understand from this knowledge that you're receiving. And it's so much I want to say because I feel the vibratory level of Gabriel and Uriel, who we've just listened to. Mm-hmm. And I want all of the listeners, and me myself, I'm impressed as well as the listeners because my ear is close to my own mouth. So I hear what I say as I'm delivering these words of wisdom to you, that this is the correct road to travel. Do not go past go, yield, slow down, absorb this knowledge because it will enhance you and relieve you of the problems that you're having in life, because the problems that we have in life is due to a lack of knowledge. Mm-hmm. Once we gain this knowledge, we ourselves can resolve our own issues and not have to look to anyone but our Heavenly Father, Yah, Allah, and ourselves to guide us through our life's journey. And I yield.
Oh, wow, that was powerful. Thank you so much, Oracle. And, you know, I just want to add to that, family, and I keep coming back to the movie of Star Wars. They wrote it for you. It is the story of your ancestors. It is the story telling you what you are returning to. You are now the Jedi in training to become the Jedi Master. Anyone that is familiar with that series should enter and understand that the Jedi Master learns to go within to activate his and her powers. If you just seen the last Star Wars, you will notice there was a fee Jedi inserted into the story, because that is the last trilogy, because the fees now are coming back into their rightful position as well. So pay attention, family, what is going on within you. You have been given everything that you need to be your Jedi Master or Ascendant Master. So very, very well said. I'll yield in case somebody else want to put something on it before we go to the last clip, and then I'm going to open up the phone lines for the family.
Oh, that's interesting, sis.
Okay, so the last clip I want to play is it's actually a particular lecture that Dr. Malachi Z. York did. And this one is off a YouTube channel called God's Son, Godsunn. And the title of it is Who and What Are You? Very, very good. So bear with it on the first minute or two. Dr. York always throws some metaphysics science in there. It is a foreign language to most of us, but it has a vibrational tone. So I'm not going to skip past it. Just bear with it. So, okay, here we go, family. This is Dr. Malachi Z. York, Who and What Are You?
The answers to all your questions. We don't need more platform teachers that don't know how to teach. We don't need leaders that don't know how to lead. That's right, he's here right now with us on earth, incarnated in human form, with the total truth. You have to hear it to believe it. Shukran jazeelan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. نشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله الوالي الكريم وصلى الله على الأنبياء أجمعين والمسيح والمهدي والمجدد لمن مرسلين. Are we not the bearers of witness that nothing would exist if Allah didn't create it, and that He is alone and has no partners, and that all gratitude is for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the sustainer of all the boundless universes. All gratitude is for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the generous eternal friend, and send salutations of Allah on all of His prophets and His apostles, and on the Messiah, the anointed one, and on the Mahdi, the guide, and on the Mujaddid, the reformer, which was all sent from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We send greetings and we send peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
You are now listening to The True Light with Saeed Al-Imam Isa Al-Hadi Al-Mahdi in a live question and answer session.
Can you tell me who Yanun is? Yanun is an extraterrestrial being who incarnates of the 19 galaxies, and they do travel by ships, as you would call them for lack of a better word, and they've been intergalactically traveling and coming to this planet since 11,500 years ago. And Yanun is one of the masters that's been assigned to awake you people up, because you people are a portion of ancient verse of the Jabarians, as you probably don't even know what that means, right? And some of you must be woken up, and so masters would come. The master that you saw was called Rama. If you would have gotten a closer look at him, he comes from 4,000 years before Jesus. If you would have got a closer look at him, you would have saw that he had white hair and red eyes. He's a caramel complexion, fairly thin, and his name is Rama. He visits this planet many times. He lives in Shambhala. I don't care how crazy it sounds to you, or one day you'll find out it's true anyway. That in the center of your planet, there is another world in the center. There's subterranean pathways to different chambers in the center of your planet. The pyramids are entrances there, and so are the pyramids out in South America, and the Nairobi Desert, and out at the Antarctic is the entrance in. And Yanun is one of the masters of the school of the bird. They call him the feathered bird. This is why in South America, when they look over the sky and they see this image of this bird on the ground, that is his school. So certain arriving masters to this plane knew what school they would go to. Each galactical, body had their own school on this planet. Muslims don't realize that throughout the Holy Quran, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is speaking about angelic beings coming to earth, you have been turned them because of Christianity in the 18th century into little white babies with wings when you're talking about celestial and terrestrial beings or extraterrestrial beings who have been visiting y'all for a long period of time. Because some of you are the sons and daughters of extraterrestrials who came here, and you have to be brought back to power to defend this planet against the destruction by Azazel and what they refer to as Lucifer and the other 200 fallen angels, which were again extraterrestrial beings who invaded this planet 6,000 or 5,000 some odd years ago and have been ruling, and of course the masters to either hover or to go into the subterranean parts of the planet, and they just come up to either ascend to the earth to teach man, or they will make intergalactical communications, leave and come back. And this is what Elijah saw. This is what Jesus said when he said he was caught up in a whirlwind in the clouds and went up. The whirlwind in the clouds is the ship itself. Elijah was taken up in a chariot, and Enoch was translated into heaven by his chariot. It's throughout the scriptures. And 3 men visited Abraham at his tent, and then one went up, and the other 2 went on down into Sodom to try to talk Lot and his family into coming out. You know, these stories that you have interpreted in the scriptures strictly as religious dogma because of the translations by the Christian churches, etc., who had no knowledge of extraterrestrials. They have turned the spiritual community of beings who have existed in other galaxies into gods or into angels, and gave them a bunch of names that didn't apply to them. And so you just happen to mention one who was very powerful, Yanun, his name is. They say Yanin, it's pronounced Yanun, depending on the dialect of what galaxy you're in, the pronunciation changes. And the one you described was another one called Rama, who's asking you about Yanin, because Yanin is assigned to give you all answers about the things that you need to know in this time and the time that you've come from, to be able to distinguish the 144,000 who would be those extraterrestrial beings, prepare them to create that whirlwind and make that ascension out of this state, which they call the rapture, rising up from the earth while it goes to its turmoil with the Lamb, as they refer to him, which is merely a symbol of a humble being from an extraterrestrial. And Isa ibn Maryam alayhi salam was caught up between the two because he was one of the only Jabarian of his time, meaning he was the only, Jabarian of his time, the only being of his time that an angelic being, as you call him, extraterrestrial, came down and went into a woman again like they did way back in Genesis, and gave birth to this being that was partially angelic and partially man, so that he could try to raise your spiritual consciousness, but man was not ready. So Allah Ta'ala saw fit to send after him a mortal who would be guided by a Jabarian, which was the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, who would be guided by the angel Jibreel, who was an extraterrestrial, because the method of reaching man through his spiritual awareness, like Jesus, didn't work. Man wanted to kill him and destroy. They didn't understand what he was doing. And the more he would execute the power of healing and things, to show them that they had the same power, some of them, because that's what he said, I only was sent to a certain group, a lost sheep. I got to find a certain group of people, but the people who he was not sent to, they didn't like him. They persecuted him and in turn wanted to kill him. So Allah Ta'ala saw fit to send another being, which you all call the Comforter, which was Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and have the angel visit him, who would be an extraterrestrial, to guide him and give him the Quran, the final text that will teach you about your intergalactic traveling and how you got him. It's why the Quran says, we sent you down to earth. See, they keep missing it. Says, when there's a turmoil in the garden in heaven, that we cast you down to earth in the Quran. From where? The angels come down from where? From floating around in the sky. No, they sent you down to Archangels, which is Earth, the blue planet. They sent you here from other galaxies. When you violated the law, intergalactical law, you was cast down here like prisoners. You all are wayward, as you would call it. I don't know a better word for it. That you all are assigned to a prison. Earth is a prison that you all are in. And you are people who rebel, who would listen to Satan, as you call him, which was Azazillah then, or Tanush. You listen to him. You follow? And you've been assigned to earth until you overcome that. Until you turn and give your total reverence to Huwa, Allah, Allazi, La ilaha illa Huwa. But you incorporate in that, even that when you say Huwa, you have to say God, Allah, God, God, Allah. You keep interjecting. You personified him and said he was Master Farad Muhammad or he was Yahweh ben Yahweh. You always have to do something rather than to just serve the omnipotent source of the Hawa or way is inside you, the essence of life. So now you've been assigned to this prison which is called Ardus, the blue rock, earth, until you, which they say are born again. And born again of what do they say? Of the body or the spirit? Of the spirit. Y'all must be born again of the spirit. You must be transformed from being this mortal being who is destined to die back to immortality. You follow? You must become a supreme being again in order to be worthy of intergalactical traveling again. So now what has happened, the devil's seed is in the earth, mixing in with the God seed as you'd have it, and it's keeping y'all bound to the planet and creating new dogmas every day, new deviations from the fundamental truth and calling it religions and sects and all different types of denominations, Sunni, Shia, Ahmadiyya, Bilalian, black Muslims, Hindu, Buddhists, and just creating new dogmas to keep you from seeing the straight, the Sirat al-Mustaqim, as they call it, the Sirat al-Mustaqim, the straight way of those who made the pathway through the galaxies. The Sirat when they say in the Quran, اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. They're telling you, I want to be guided, اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. I want to be guided to that way. I want to get back out of here. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم. You know what I mean? That sirat of those who you are giving your grace, Allah Ta'ala. غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. I don't want to be like those people who got the everlasting curse, who's damned to this earth forever. Or those who deviated off that path that was leading from Malakut to Nasut and went somewhere else. Or as they translate in modern times, have left the path of Deen al-Islam and went into other denominations of thought. And you deviate from the path of Deen al-Islam when you deviate from the path of Millah Ibrahim, when you deviate from the religion that Allah Ta'ala gave to the Prophet Adam, which was the way you should work your way back to Jannah to Idris, back out of this plane and back into Malakut, the domain of angelic beings from which most of you have come. But some people here have made an everlasting pact with Azazillah or Tanush, this being who tried to overthrow Mikael in Malakut prior to the birth of your planet. As a result of that, was cast down. Some mortals have succumbed to him and begin to worship him in a subtle kind of way. One of his names is God. And they have taken it and called Allah God and Jehovah God and Akhirah, etc., etc., etc. You follow? So you just happen to touch on a very sensitive subject. And y'all, I am here to try to bring y'all back to that teaching. But I got to start with what you understand. I got to start giving you what you think you want, so you'll learn how to think on the level of what I have to give, or what you know you need. But I can't start by pouring out. I've been teaching for 20 years on earth, in and out, visiting in and out of here. Different beings speak to you at different times through me, trying to answer all of your questions to prepare you for the real knowledge, the real information that you have to have after you get through wobbling in how great you are and how you got here and how you're Abraham and you're Keter and you're this. When you finish all that ego tripping, then I can get down to teaching you the truth about things and prepare those who are supposed to leave here, to prepare so when the ship does come, they can go. You follow? And I know that sounds crazy, but he wants to make me sound crazy. That's why he made movies like Star Trek, because he knew this knowledge. The devil, Iblis, he knows these things. And that's why he saturates the television with a bunch of things like fiction, so that when the final truth comes, I say, your whole concept of religion in the Bible is wrong. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're talking about intergalactical beings. You're not talking about angels. You're talking about the ultimate source of all existence. You're not talking about God and Jehovah. Those are just expressions. When you say Allah, you're saying El-Hua, Yahoo, oh, he who is. And you cannot define him while still confined to this prison called the physical body on earth. All right?
You have been.
All right, family. All right. So, again, that was from the YouTube channel Godsunn, Godsunn. And the name of that particular video is Dr. Malachi Z. York, Who and What Are You? And it's 1 hour. So I highly recommend you going back to listen to it in its entirety. So with that said, before I open up the panel, did the Dream Team want to put something on it?
Yes. I just want to ask, I could not understand what he said. He said, so when you're saying Yah, Allah, you're saying what?
He basically said that when you're saying Ya Allah, you're also calling out to yourself, because Allah, and I know some of the people that study metaphysics know where I'm finna go with that. It's arm, leg, arm, head. Okay, so that is all within you. So what he is trying to say is that, again, as I premised that clip, that everything that we need is inside of us. We were given everything we need to become the Ascendant Master, to become the Jedi Master. Well, we have to enter and understand that when we are calling out, you are supposed to be calling out to connect with these higher sources, to help you for ascending, to guide you for ascending, not for worship.
Right.
That's two separate things.
Wow, that was powerful.
Yeah, so I'll yield in case Oracle, Tahuti, or Brother Wendell want to put something on it. And if
you did
not,
quite well. You did quite well. Yes.
All right. Yeah, that was one of my favorites. I've listened to it several times, and somebody so happened, and forgive me if I don't remember who sent it to me again, when they knew we were going to do these particular shows. And I'm like, ooh, thank you. You were meant to send that to me so you could hear the first 15-minute part, so we can enter and understand who the angels are, which are really the Galactics, and how we are connected to them, and what is our purpose. Our purpose is supposed to be the master of self, mastering self. Some of us keep reincarnating back over and over to the prison planet because we haven't got it right. We continue to look outside of self, or we continue to commit the same crimes against the universe, or break divine universal laws. So we kept coming back in that process of reincarnation until we get it right. Others of us agree to a spiritual contract to come back, to be here during certain times, to have a balance, okay? Because as I said before, you have the agreeables and disagreeables. So some of the agreeables, a certain percentage of us, must always be in this realm in order to keep things in semi-balance, okay? So some of us here, as he stated, Dr. York stated, and as the elder/archangel Gabriel said, you are the children of these highly dimensional beings.
Yeah.
That have either incarnated here, or are you were born of them. So I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, that was interesting. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so bear with me. I'm going to open up the phone line. So let me do here. Okay, so if you have a question or comment, press *6 to come in the queue. And then Oracle, I hope I didn't mute you. I can't see you right now. So I think you come in on the host code. So please either unmute yourself. If you can't, come back into the queue so you can continue to join the panel. Okay, so the first call is anonymous.
Okay. Thank you all for you taking my call, Sister Rhonda.
Greetings, Brother Tom. How are you?
You all put out enough information and wealth and knowledge tonight that you could even literally blow William Shatner and Donald Trump both their toupee back on their head. Literally.
not the old lady toupee.
I know, because I gave Trump his new nickname is wig cocked to the side. That's
that's what I'm saying. I call him old lady toupee.
That's a good one too. I like that one as well. What's on your mind, Brother Tom?
Well, hey, just wanted to chime in, and I like I said, I thank y'all for you allowing me to come on the call and participate a little bit. I'd like to put a little something on a couple things you said about the dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
And the whales beaching themselves, and that red algae. That red algae is a product of crude oil, and that's from all the offshore drilling that we've been cursed with.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's killing our cetaceans and our ones that live in the oceans. Mm-hmm. Anyway, the dolphins, they have the ability to, and I didn't learn this until recently, but they have the ability to breathe on the surface of the water as well as underneath the surface. And I related that when I was in the fleet before I went to Vietnam. When we'd come up on a school of dolphins, we'd always have swim call, because the dolphins, the frequency, all the, I guess you call them the bad guy fish, like the sharks and stuff like that nature.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't tolerate the frequency, so they'd beat him out. They'd get out of the way, and it was safe to swim in those waters when you had dolphins inhabiting it.
That is interesting, because I asked Empress, because it was said that the dolphins are here from another galaxy, Syrian, to protect.
They absolutely are.
To protect the oceans and to protect us. So that would make sense that they would send off that frequency to keep us protected from the quote predators.
I guess we'd refer to the dolphins as super ascended masters.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the other thing he said was about the landscape, the changing of the landscape.
Mm-hmm.
And it really caught my attention when you said that, because I'm sitting here looking at this map now, that what the landscape and the geology of things are going to look like in the future. And, there is a thing broadcast about a magnitude 25 quake.
Mm-hmm.
And really, when you look at it, there's going to be nothing left standing on this planet that's been constructed of the engineering of mankind. And when you got into the angels and the elders, and you mentioned Melchizedek, well, Brother Tahuti said that Melchizedek was the king of Salem. He's also known as the king of righteousness.
Mm-hmm.
And the order of Melchizedek and the divine plan of Yah, that's the two things that will be left standing. They're the only things that are too big to fail. We spoke of that before. But the landscape, it's like there's going to be some new seaports on this surface we call Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And we've heard throughout time about the solid as the Rock of Gibraltar.
Yes.
Well, the Rock of Gibraltar, that's going to be what is now known as Yosemite Park and Tahoe area in California. Mount Shasta, which is I guess you want to say the geology of the city of Telos in the inner Earth. But anyway, there'll be some little islands on the San Diego front. But anyway, at this point in time, about all of Nevada, or about all of Utah and Nevada, is going to dissipate into the sea.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, the one we now know in my area is Boise, Idaho, will essentially be a new seaport Twin Falls will be connected to that also. But when you get into what they call the heartland, the one they call the center of fire, this is the location of the heart chakra of the earth. It runs straight through to the other side. At this site will develop a center for universal peace. The dove will be its symbol. This will be a place to meet, not just with people from the parts of the earth, but other beings from other solar systems, which you mentioned earlier. This center will serve as a portal that has to do with intergalactic travel. And that center, the heart chakra of the earth, will be in the proximity of what is now known as the open city of Kansas City, Missouri.
Interesting.
And next to that, St. Louis will be the center of purity. And Dallas City, Little Rock will be underwater, Little Rock, Arkansas, and Dallas City, Texas, and most all the eastern part of Texas will be called the Delta area, and Dallas will essentially be a new seaport, Dallas City, Texas. And so I really got to thinking about that when you said that a lot of this stuff's going to be underwater. That's based on this map an old brother gave me a long time ago. So like I said, all the wealth of knowledge that you all brought to the front this evening, that definitely will certainly blow Shatner and Donald Trump's toupee back on the back of their head.
Well, thank you so much, Brother Tom, and I find it interesting what you say about St. Louis, because you remember when all of that drama was going on about the Mike Brown killing and all of the protests, this, that, and the third, and I told people back then to don't sleep on St. Louis. They're doing that because there is a major energy field, and it is rumored a major portal there.
Absolutely, so it's not rumor, sister. It's real.
Wow, that's
very real.
Very interesting what you said.
The Great Lakes are going to be called Unity Lake, and there's only going to be one of them. The Mississippi River, but like I said, that is the heartland, so that makes sense that it would be the heart chakra of the earth. So you really put it all content and context. It really spells out that looks like the things to come, and we are definitely on this spiritual ascension journey. We're at different points of the trail, and you said something also that really got my attention, that you feel that you're getting to know your galactic brothers, your awareness, your ascension, your vibrational frequency is increased. And I've just noticed that by listening to you on the calls, it really started amping up back in the 28th of September, the last blood moon. And you mentioned moons too, and I spoke of that several times. But on Monday, the left crescent moon came up at 6:05 a.m. in the eastern sky. For a long time they were coming up in the west, but they came up. This moon came up. A left crescent moon came up at 6:05 a.m.
Hence the shifting of the planet.
So that's when I go out in the morning, and you spoke of the weather too. I had some serious weather here recently. In fact, I'm kind of laid back because I got the potential to lose my bridge, and my bridge is how I get to my home.
Okay, because of the rain.
Well, we've had over 10 feet of snow in my area this year, and about 100 feet up on the mountain, literally in the wilderness. But we had 6 inches of rain on a Thursday, and we had 14 inches of snow with 100% moisture content on the Friday. And it's it's kind of rocking back and forth, but when you get that kind of weather change, and then you get a temperature, we had 87 degrees, which is totally, I mean, I'm living at a mile high up here at the base of the mountains, you know, they're 11,500 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, the scheme of things is it definitely, things are going on, and you got to pay attention. You know, we're definitely on an ascension, a very rapid ascension, and I believe that the third ascension wave is going to take place. But after March 20th, there's a lot of people ascended, but everybody's frequencies is going to make it. Will ascend in the middle of June this summer. You know, they talk about the summer, the beginning of summer. So
right.
Anyway, without a yield, I don't want to take up too much time. Anyway, I appreciate you letting me on to express my 2 cents worth, and I really don't. You know, I had a brother the other day. He says, "Oh, what do you think of Trump?" I said, "He's another joke." What do you mean? I thought, I really like him, and I said, "Well, let me tell you the truth, brother. There ain't gonna be no election this year, and I'll tell you another truth. There ain't been one. There ain't been a lawful election for the last 200 years. How do you like that?" Well, I don't know about that. I said, "Well, take it for what it's worth. Truth out there. Find it, live it, and it'll set you free forever." I love you all, family. I appreciate you all.
Tom. Thank you so much for putting something on it. That was great.
We love you, Tom.
Thank you, brother Tom.
Hey, nightfall, brother.
Thank you, cousin Wendell.
Y'all both a mess. Both country with a K. All right. Nightfall time. Love you much, sweetheart.
Hey, I'm one of those brothers you hung around with when you were growing up, Wendell. I really am.
Yeah, I know it, man. I appreciate what you bring.
So anyway, I love you all. I yield.
Okay, love you too, Tom. Thank you.
And all praise and glory goes out to y'all, both Mother and Father y'all. They had an incredible show, and I missed it too, but I did listen to the beautiful replay today. That thing is going to start smoking real quick. I mean, people just, I mean, they put out some incredible information on there, and it's great to see Mama Yah ascending and taking her rightful place of where they've always been. Right. But, you know, we all have been in prison. We've all been lied to. You know, you kind of put it on the other side of the fence, but I'm going to put it right in the middle of it. It's like we've all been lied to. 14th Amendment didn't free no slaves. It enslaved us all. Yeah, I love you all, family. I
love
yield.
You too. All right.
Okay,
my
brother from another mother.
That's Brother Tom. He dropped that fire tonight. So let me go to 256. 256, your line is open.
Yes, I'm following in behind Brother Tom. This is Sis Amir in Alabama.
Greetings, Sis Amir. Good
Hey,
morning.
Hey, Elder Tahuti, Wendell, all the sisters. I forget y'all's name. There's so many of y'all.
I know, it's a lot of us.
But I recognize the voice. Thank you so much. It was so wonderful. And I knew way, way back then in that little trailer I was living in Ohio, I was just in the pit of my stomach, just fear, fear, fear. Somebody leaving me. What's going on? Okay, so y'all finally get it?
Don't not leave me. Ain't nobody gonna leave you. We done told you. Ain't nobody leaving you, baby.
Exactly. You a Jedi in training, so you know you got everything you need to get up out of here when you ready.
Thank you. I love you. I got my Jedi in training badge tonight.
Okay, love you too.
We'll pass something to you, and you'll go with us.
That's right.
Just want to say, I'm watching my pups, and next door, my dad has 2 older dogs, and I've never seen the older dogs bury food. Getting it?
Yeah, they telling you.
They saying something. They sensing something.
They telling you better be burying some food.
So that was the first thing. The second was, I have never, ever, I was at Walmart Tuesday night.
In this Walmart.
The Walmart crew up in here.
Look, family, I depend on nice people who would like to take me to the store. I cannot demand which store they take me to, and I was so very happy to get out to a store, but I was shocked where they took me. But anyway, so I see this nice packet of burgers, very thick and juicy looking and reasonably priced. I get them home, and do you know it's pork and beef mixed together? I've never seen that before.
A hamburger with
let me tell you something, Amira. What they call hamburger meat in the stores
ain't hamburger meat.
That's not beef. That's not beef.
So anyway, my pups will enjoy another treat. Last thing was, what was the last thing I wanted to mention that you guys had touched on tonight? And I will go back and like the brother said before me, Mama Yah, that call last night, I had to listen to replay. I listened to it today. It was marvelous. Wrote down both name of the books. It is marvelous. Mm-hmm. So the other call is a conflict. There's a new call, and that's my conflict, is I want to get on her, but it comes so close. So that was the conflict. So Joan is doing a wonderful job with her call, and I just want to tell her, like the brother said before me, I really enjoy the calls, even though I have to go back and listen on replay. Mm-hmm. So thank you for letting me chime in. I don't remember that last point that I was going to make, but it had to do with something you touched on tonight. And you have a wonderful call, one mind, one heart, one spirit, and I'm going to yield.
All right, indeed. Thank you so much, Sis Amir. Okay, nightfall to you, sweetie. Okay, we're going to go to 917. 917, your line is open.
Hi, peace and love to everybody. Rhonda, I have a question. I wanted to, I heard one of your shows and you were saying that you had the address or where we can buy the King James 1611 Bible.
Yes, you can actually, it's on Amazon, and it's a little pricey. I think I paid like $53 for it. And I'm pulling it up now.
And does yours have the Apocalypse in it as well? The Apocrypha.
Let me see, sugar. Where is that at? I love it because alone just for the genealogy.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Where would that be located? Because I haven't even gone through.
That should be like where Psalms and Proverbs, in the middle of the Bible. It's supposed to be like another book. I mean, you can buy it separate as well, but because that's the 14 books they removed.
Yep, it has it in there.
The Apocrypha. Yeah.
Yep, it's got it in there. Go to Amazon, and it's beautiful too. So it's the Holy Bible, King James Version, 1611 text by Oxford.
Right, Oxford.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and it comes with its own case. It's a thick, beautiful book. It's one that you're going to keep forever. And the genealogy alone in the front, because Sister Divinity and I last week, when she was researching the angels, we kind of went through some of that genealogy. They break down the genealogy for each particular section of the Bible. So, yep, it does have it, beloved.
Oh, okay, good. That's what I wanted to know. And y'all all are doing a great job. Dr. Henderson, he keeps talking, about Bible scriptures, and I'm sure he's taking it from the 1611. So I said, I need to ask Rhonda about it.
Yeah, and another brother, I'm not going to name his name, you know who you are, he hit me to it, and he said it's a well worth investment. So when I was able to make the investment and when I got it, I said, whoa, I see what he is saying. So, yes, it is very, very well worth it.
Yes, it is. I mean, because even if you go online, I think they have Maccabees 2, because they have Maccabees 1 in the Apocrypha, but if you look up, they have a 2 Maccabees, second one. It's not in the Apocrypha, though. That's separate. And I was shocked to find that out.
Yeah, but you know what? That's why when I was cussing in the beginning about the rotten Vatican, they stripped a lot of those ancient texts out and hid them in the vaults. So every now and then you'll see some come out, but some of them they have just totally taken away. But a lot of people sleep on that 1611 version because you just don't know what's in it. So I'm grateful for the person that hit me to it.
And and it's funny because I live in New York and I went to Barnes and Nobles and the guy says, "Oh, we used to sell it. We don't sell it anymore." They took it out of the stores. It's not in the church, and a lot of people just don't know.
Yep, because I certainly didn't know until I was hip to it, and when I got it, I said, "Whoa, yeah, this is one worth having." Absolutely, but you can get it on Amazon.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, and y'all are doing a great job, and I will continue to listen. Peace and love.
Okay, thank you, beloved, for your support. Peace and love. Okay, all right, let's go to, this doggone board is shifting on me. Yep, we did that one. 440. 440, your line is open.
Greetings, peace and love.
Greetings, beloved.
Giovanni from Ohio. I have a two-part question. I didn't quite hear all of the video that was taking place, but I do recall that there was 2 seeds, they said, of the fallen that had breeded with the daughters of men. And if I remember correctly, I think the other one was, the other seed was the Elohim, if I remember correctly, or one of the angels who also had a seed here. So what my question was, is that RNA and DNA known of the angel that had bred with the daughters of men? Has that RNA and DNA been discovered? And if so, like when we go down and do our RNA and DNA, wherever that's going to be done, will we have a more direct connect with our ancestors or ancestors if some of us are related to that seed of the children of the Elohim?
I'll give my version of it, my 2 cents, and then if Oracle Tahuti can come in and give the wisdom and the correct knowledge. Yes, and to me, they already know who are the descendants or the children of the Galactics. This is why they test every newborn baby. They are cataloging who the Galactics are, and they're cataloging who they are of the fallen angels or that Nephilim bloodline. So my answer to your question is absolutely yes. Now, as far as us knowing, everything that we need is already within us. So those of the Galactic family, it is already encoded deep inside your, I call it your Dana and Raina. Okay. Those of us now that are of that family, we are in the process of ascension. So meaning that those DNA are being activated. Right. So you're coming online and you are learning who you are, and you are connecting with your Galactic family bloodline. So of course, I feel that there will be a mass revealing of all of this information, but a lot of us are waking up to that fact and starting to discover who we are. And that is all a part of the ascension and what I was mentioning earlier of becoming that Jedi master. Okay, so I'll yield in case Oracle Tahuti wanted to put something on it. But that's just my 2 cents on it, on the fact of the matter. So I don't know if Oracle dropped off. Okay, he's coming back on. Let me see. He's going to get in the queue. He got kicked off. There he is. Let me open him up. Okay, there he is. Okay, Oracle, so I'll let you give the answer. I know, I saw you. Yeah.
What we have to visualize is when you go to the hospital, they take several vials of blood from you. Look at their reasoning for doing that, especially when they were about to convict O.J. on just 2 drops of blood. Why does the hospital need so much blood? It is because during your lifetime, they have tracked your ascension. It can be found through the blood. There are certain vials of blood that go to a special department where they analyze who you are and what type of ascension that's occurring with you. Are you one of the galactic beings? Yes, through our blood DNA and RNA, they consistently track all of us. And you can verify that by your own experience at going to see your primary physician or going to the hospital, how many vials of blood they take from you. So they are constantly monitoring us and who we are. And they also make their medicines from certain things that they find in our blood, our melanin content. So, I mean, they live off of us, actually. They constantly take our energy and make their medicines and live off of us because we are what you consider 9 ether beings, the master race. And all races survive from our essence. So they have been Draculizing us, taking our blood and developing medicines for themselves, for their survival. So to answer your question, it's not just the DNA they're concerned with. With us, it's more so the RNA, the ribonucleic acid, which is the primordial soup we were created from. They heavily monitor that portion. Your fallen Nephilim children, they have more so DNA. Okay, that's how you could tell the difference between the fallen children of the Nephilim and mankind. Is the possession of DNA and the possession of DNA and our RNA. Mankind is DNA and RNA. The fallen children of the Nephilim is mostly DNA.
Okay.
So I hope that helps you.
Okay, one more thing. I don't remember my blood type, but when I did it years and years back, I was told that I have a very, very rare blood type, and it was one that was hard to find. And I had not been back for a blood test since then, and that was probably 20 years ago. But I had gotten a call from someone, how they got my number and information, I don't know, but from another state, whose child also had that very, very rare blood type, and they could not find a donor for that child's blood type. And they had asked me if I would be interested in donating blood for that child. Now, that's why I thought about all that, and that's what made me ask that question. So then that RNA, blood type of that RNA, or as you say, well, not the fallout, that's DNA, but the RNA, that would have a big role to do with maybe your blood type or rare blood type. Would that have anything to do with it, perhaps?
Your RNA very well would connect you to a particular archangel, especially if it's a special blood type you have. You may be more directly connected to an archangel than other people, and it's because of your RNA content.
Yeah, because I was told it was very, very rare, and they had not really seen very many people with that blood type. So I was just curious to know once I find out my RNA, because now I'm more interested in finding it out after listening to a lot more of the stuff on Truth Uncompromised. It kind of sparked a lot of things in me and brought back that memory to me, 20 plus years ago when I had blood taken back then. So I was just curious, and thank you all for answering my question. And with that, I yield. Peace and love.
Hey, peace and love, brother. Thank you for that input. And I personally believe they reached out to you to get more samples of that rare blood type, because a lot of us, we've had this conversation before, but a lot of us, they were either manipulating the blood, creating new blood types, or telling you the wrong blood type, because I know I had it happen to me. They told me I was one blood type, and so then I remember I had told my mom, and she was like, they said what? And I told them, and she said, they are big lie. I said, why you say that, Mom? She said, because my blood type is such and so, and your father's blood type is such and so. So there's no damn way you are that blood type. So 15 years later, I did another blood test. I actually had donated to the Red Cross or something or the other, feeling charitable. And sure enough, it came back that the blood type that my mom said I was, that's what they said I was. So I'm like, But I didn't know why they did it until recently. I have to credit that the Dr. Henderson started talking about why they were lying to people about blood type or altering blood type, because they are tracking who are the Galactics and who are the fallen ones or the children of the Nephilim. So very, very good input, brother. Thank you so much for that. All right, so we are going to go to, I think this is my brother Tim. Let me open up his line. Greetings, brother.
Hey, what's happening, y'all?
Well, how are you?
All is well. You got Cousin Wendell in today?
Yeah, he here cutting up as usual.
Yeah, man, I'm here. Now, I was laughing because the dude called up. He called you Cousin Wendell. I'm like, man, y'all getting it in today, boy.
Yeah, your cousin Tom always say that. They all country together with a K.
One time it comes in.
Yeah, I was listening to a lot of stuff y'all was saying, and I was kind of being humorous. I was listening to the lady was saying she bought the hamburger, and she got it home and she found out it was pork mixed with it. And I'm like, that's not a surprise.
Right. Right.
So that's why they call it ham burger. You get so probably. So it ain't like they false advertising. You probably getting that all along anyway.
Good point.
But also they were talking about that a lot of this meat that we're eating is probably cloned beef anyway. So who's to say that the meat that we're getting is actual from an actual cow? That could be, because they talked about that a few years ago about the cloned beef.
Right.
And so some of the stuff that they have in the stores that we eat. One of the things that I talk to people that I say that I see that one of the revolutions that we are having around the world, really, that people are changing their diets. Some people are becoming vegetarians, but there's another part of it where, like, do you really know what you're eating? I mean, the concept is good, but do you really know what you're eating from the supermarket? Because they all come from a food processing plant. And so it's kind of like you got to look at the origin of all of that. So, But something I was thinking about. I want to go too far off. Cause and I'm from the D.C. area, and it's a whole bunch of stuff that's going on in D.C. And I don't know if y'all heard about it, but the dude stole a Metro bus.
He stole.
And it happened a couple of days. No, yeah, the Metro bus. The dude stabbed the Metro driver with a screwdriver. Hijacked the bus. They said the people fled the bus, hijacked the bus, drove the bus, and hit somebody, ran somebody over, and killed them. And I saw a small video of it. The bus, it was at a gas station. I don't know how the bus got stuck, but you saw the dude that he hit was laying on the curb. I mean, on his last breath, and the dude still trying to drive the bus.
Yeah.
And come to find out, they said he was on that K2. Or that stuff they be smoking. Because when they talked about it over the week, I think it was Monday or I think it was Tuesday. I think it happened. And I'm like, that dude got to be on something. You can't be sober and act in that kind of way. So, and we talk. I guess that's the kind of when you're out of your mind, when you're on whatever hallucinogens, whatever, you're like in another state. It's like it brings out something.
Right.
Yeah, he had to pick up his family because he had a family reunion to go to. So that's why he started up.
Yeah, but it was. But one thing that I wanted to really say, I don't want to cut too much time, but I was thinking about the story of Adam, and I'm gonna have to go back and reread some of the stories in the Bible because I'm sitting there thinking. They say that the devil was kicked out of heaven, and or Lucifer was kicked out of heaven, and I'm sitting there thinking, what if we all had it wrong? What if Adam was the one who was kicked out of heaven, and Satan or Lucifer was his alter ego, or that rebellious part of him that caused him to get kicked out of heaven? They kind of like separated the characters in the Bible, where it's like they made it seem like they're two people, but they're all one and the same. And I'm asking it as a rhetorical question, but also like a hypothetical question.
Right.
Because like people say, well, the devil made me do it, like Flip Wilson used to say, and it's like, well, the devil ain't never stood trial, but so I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, like, when you look at the whole concept that God gave man permission to rule the planet, to govern the fish and the birds and to name everything. So if you were to say, well, this world is ruled by Satan or whatever, then at some point you got to get to the point of origin where it's like we all started with man, and even go back as far even as the Bible will put it, the first murder was created through a sibling.
And that's why I keep saying it's all a family thing. And that's why we're not entering overstanding, because Lucifer and his descendants, Lucifer was one of the bright angels. He was highly favored, called the morning star. And he wanted to overthrow. So it's all the same family.
I see that in a lot of, I'm a movie person, and I always see that in a lot of even TV shows where you might have a boss or a mob boss, but you'll have a right-hand man, his buddy who helped him build that empire, whatever they're running. And there's always the one guy who might want to, like, well, I've been following this guy for too long. I need to either get him out the way or take over, start my own thing. And it's like, I've seen it so many times where the right-hand man will kill the leader and take over his spot. Or he have to go out and find his own thing. And it's like, so if I look at, when you talk about heaven, okay, well, how did Adam really get here? Now, if Adam had a navel, that would be another thing you would have to question on how he was created. If Adam had a navel, then how was he really created? Or how did he really exists on the planet.
Mm-hmm. And we
you following what I'm saying?
Yeah, and we kind of got into that. You got us on speaker or something? We're getting feedback.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. Yeah, we kind of got into that, and I'll let Oracle Tahuti put something on it. In the tablet, the El Holy tablet goes through the origin of Adam very, very well. So I'll yield and let Oracle, if he would like, put something on that whole Adam situation.
Right.
In reference to Adam, from what I know, and I'm hearing that feedback as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty bad.
Oh, you know what? Let me turn this thing. Hold up. I don't know. Is it better?
Yeah. Okay.
Is it better now?
Yeah. Okay. We were to be originally created on the planet Mars, and that was by the galactic beings. So in reference to how we ended up here on Earth, which was being called Tiamat, there was a climatic change on Mars, and the Galactics brought our essence, the DNA and RNA that we were discussing earlier, here for us to be created. So Adam, it wasn't just a man, Adam. It was a race of beings that is being represented by Adam. And as far as Eve is concerned, there is really no record of Eve's creation. It was like Eve may have been first. Okay, we say Adam and Eve, but look at how nature operates. All life comes through the womb of a woman. And we know that the Mother Nature is the nurturer of all life. So from my studies, there was a being called Huma, Humma. It was a male and a female Huma. The female Huma gave up her life and developed what's called nature. She placed herself into Tiamat so that all life could come through her. So as far as a record of the female part, she may have been first, even before Adam. This is something that only learned people and Yah Allah knows, his order of how he brought us into existence. But we know all life comes through a female. So the female Huma, who placed herself into the earth for all creation to exist on earth, which was called Tiamat, she may have been first before the male species arrived. In reference to Adam having a navel, I would prefer to go back and do more study to be able to give you a more honest and decisive answer. I won't just say anything to seem to be a know-it-all. I'll put on the brakes and tell you, allow me to do some research to give you a more concrete answer.
All right, so I'm going to unmute Brother Tim because that we had so much feedback. Okay, Brother Tim, did that get you what you needed?
Yeah, because I figured it's a complex issue. Topic, because for all the things that we've read over the years, when we talk about going to the point of origin, I know when I was growing up, my father was a preacher, so I grew up in the church, and they gave me the best of what they can give me. I would never piss on the information that they gave me because I'm allowed more information now because of the internet. They gave me the best of what they can give me.
Right.
And that's all I can go on. And they didn't understand the King's language, even though my father and my parents, they were religious people and went to church, but I don't think they fully understood the King's language. And so, and now you're older and you start questioning these things, and it's like, okay, yeah, how did this happen? So so we're still learning. I'm still learning, and just like everybody else is, but I was always taught that, he created man from the dust of the earth, and all this kind of mold in him, and so I'm sitting there thinking, okay, something kind of fishy here. Okay, if we all human and we have a navel, and you know how you get the navel from the umbilical cord, and it's like, okay, how did man really get here? So that's just a question I'm throwing out there, and I'm still doing a little bit more looking things up myself and trying to ask some more questions and see if we can kind of come to some dialogue over this, because there's no right or wrong in this. There's just a certain level of understanding for all of us. So there's no, So I'm gonna yield. I just wanted to throw that out there, and always glad to hear from y'all.
Hey, Brother Tim.
Yeah.
I have an even bigger question brewing.
What's that?
Where did the original creation take place? As above, so below. History repeating itself.
That's right.
Right.
You got a mother planet and a father planet. That's my question.
Indeed. And, we have to also enter and understand that, back in the day, I would say as early as, 2012 is when the veil was unlifted. So meaning the veil of us being behind the veil, not being able to see into the dimensions, and the veil represents knowledge. Mm-hmm. So that's been lifted. Okay, so now things that seem easy to us, these questions that we are starting to either ask or we are starting to answer, is because of that veil being lifted by the Galactics and by us as well, because we are in that frequency of time where this information can no longer be hidden. Okay, right. So which is a beautiful thing. So, well, thank you, Brother Tim. Sorry for all the feedback you were getting from your line tonight. So we're going to go to 678. 678, your line is open.
RJ, peace and love. It's Corey.
Peace and love, Brother Corey. How are you?
I'm all right. What's up, Wendell, rest of the family, Brother Tahuti? I wanted to touch on that, what you were talking about with the frequency, because about 3 weeks ago, I don't remember where I got, somebody put a post of it, and I started listening to it. And the first night I listened to that, when I was going to sleep, I hadn't fallen asleep yet. Yo, I swore I was floating. I'm like, hold on.
What frequency was it? Was it 528? You know which one? Different ones do different things, because you can purchase that whole set of frequencies, and depending on what you're trying to do, you can listen to it, and it will help you, because one of them helps with fear. One of them helps with intuition, spiritual awakening, and then the 528, right, is for miracles and DNA repair. So I know when I've given people the 528, because I started with that one, because I even still have all of those frequencies, and every now and then I'll sit quietly and listen to them depending on what I need to do. But the 528 was the first one I first started with, and I would do it every day. And soon after I finished it, it was about, I want to say it was about either 5 or 10 minutes, you can hear your body vibrating and repairing itself after it has stopped. You would literally hear, and everybody that I had given that to, they were like, what the blank was that? Were you hearing noises afterward? And I'm like, yeah, that's what was supposed to happen. I would use it if I would, the 528, if I was getting headaches or whatever, and it would lift headaches. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me that you said you were floating, because it.
I felt like it. I couldn't explain it other than like it really, literally, I was laying there. I'm like, I feel like I'm floating, and I jumped up. Like, was I asleep or am I still awake? It had me bugging for a second, but I listen to them every night. Like, you know, I just throw it on real low and listen to different ones. I don't remember which one it was. But, yeah, people need to definitely check those out.
Absolutely.
Girls, you know. So, yeah. And one more thing I wanted to ask you is, what was the name of that video you was playing with Dr. York? You said the channel, but I couldn't find it. Yeah, the last one.
Okay. It's called God's Son, GODSUNN, and the name of it is Dr. Malachi Z. York, Who and What Are You? So if you don't find it, hit me up and I'll send it to you.
All right. Who and what are you? Cool. Yeah, I was trying to look it up. All right, that's about it. I yield. You know, I just wanted to say what's up.
All right, Brother Corey. Great hearing your voice.
You got on here turned up today.
Yeah, as usual, huh?
Yeah. I was sitting there laughing, but, you know. And one more thing I wanted to ask. Empress was speaking about when we were talking about Asiatics and where we come from and stuff, and I don't know if it was Dr. Henderson I heard say it, but it might have been that he was saying there's a royalty, the real royal bloodline is in Asia, and they look just like us.
Exactly, because they are called the Black Dragon, and they are the most powerful of the dragons, because each one of those colors that you hear about, the Black Dragon, the Red Dragon, you rarely hear about the Green Dragon, and then you hear about the White Dragon. Those colors represent the different nations. So the Red Dragon represents who we know today as the quote Chinese. But everything comes from black. So that is why the Black Dragon is the most powerful.
Gotcha. Yeah, all right, because I couldn't remember if it was, now that, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, because he was the one that broke that down for us. Absolutely.
He also broke down that time about the true power, the true powers of evil, what they look like too. That had me like my jaw dropped. But, you know, he's like they're deeply melanated. I was like, wow.
Yeah, I have to give it to him for saying that first. I have heard that privately over the past 2 years, but no one was ever so bold to come out and say who is really what. I know of one other person to come out to say who was really the face of evil. So as, Brother Tim was discussing Lucifer earlier, and I said it's all of the same family. And, the beginning folks of this civilization and all civilizations spun out of triple blackness, which is the melanated. So why wouldn't the face of evil be melanated?
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but it's just like, you're like, you when you try to equate it to what our people go through, you're kind of like, nah, it can't be our own people, or somebody that looks like me doing this. It's it gets hard to wrap your head around sometimes.
Yeah, but we better wake up because what we see now was all put in place for the disagreeables or the fallen ones to rule, and then they just used another group of people as the scapegoat. But yeah, it's definitely melanated.
Gotcha.
Folks, that's the face of evil, because it is said that the Pope Pimpalicious is controlled by some called the Black Pope, and I've seen pictures of the Black Pope, which is a Caucasian man, but Dr. York even said years ago that no, the Black Pope is quote quote melanated or black. That's who controls everything.
Yeah, the Black Pope and the Jesuits and all that.
Yeah, but the Black Dragon trumped all of that, and for whatever reason, I guess it had to be a certain age for the Black Dragons to put everything back in motion to shut it down.
Right. All right, well, I don't want to take any more time. Peace to the family.
All right.
One mind, one heart, one spirit.
Voice, brother. Indeed. So hit me up if you don't find that video.
All right, cool. Will do. Peace, y'all.
Okay. Peace and love. Okay, we're going to go to the next caller, which is 404. 404, your line is open.
Yes. Peace and love, family.
Peace and love, beloved.
This is Sister Jillian. How are you all this evening?
Doing well. How are you, sis?
Oh, I am wonderful. I really enjoyed the conference. I would also have to say the first two, I was able to listen to them as best I could. And then the second video that came on, the angel's name was Uriel.
Mm-hmm.
That was when that occurred, I had a visual. My newest niece in my family, and I've never heard that name before, and that is my niece's name. Her name is Uriel.
Wow.
Awesome.
And I have a nephew named Noah, and when he was born and his mom named him that, I was looking at her sideways like, why is she naming him this old school name? And then when I got into the book of Enoch, I said, ooh, bam, I get it. So that is very, very interesting, and what an honor to that precious divine being to have such a name, and she will be protected.
It's just a coincidence, though, because it seems like the experience that I had yesterday, I could feel the vibrations in between my the bridge of my nose, in between the eye area right there, and it was vibrating so strong yesterday. It was like, it didn't feel like a headache or anything, but I can feel it. It was just very, very strong, and I didn't feel fearful or anything like that. I just let whatever was going on occur. And I have not had that experience, but I made a journey today, like I do several journeys, and actually the town I've always traveled, and today so much that in my surroundings, I looked around and it was like, wow. I looked at one thing and it hit me in the face. I looked at another thing and it hit me in the face, and automatically I knew what it was, and because all the symbolism just presented themselves to me one after the other. That's basically what I'm trying to say. And so I've been going through I think one of the vibrational channels you talked about. You gave if someone wanted to go to and listen to it, something. Help me out. It's a vibrational channel that you've used on your, and it's a YouTube one, and you listen to all those different. I know what it is, but right now it won't come to thought.
It is spelled. That's the musical.
Right, and there are different tones. You can use them for.
And it is the ancient, and I never pronounce it right, but it's spelled SOLFEGGIO scale. So S is in Sam, OLFEGGIO scale. Go to YouTube, and they will have those different vibrational scales, and that's what Brother Corey said that he was listening to. And you can read up on what each scale does, what it's there to help you with. And I purchased mine off of, I think it was Amazon or whatever. And so you can also buy them if you want to, like, put them on your phone or whatever.
Well, the one that I found on YouTube, I think it was something that was given before on your show, and I use them at night when I am going to sleep. And so basically they have one for, the regeneration for thought, for basically a lot of different things. And I find that those really, it helps me move a little bit more into the spiritual. With myself, so to speak. Yes. And then the question that I have is, I would like to be able to, if you can, the information of the first two videos, I would like to visit those and see what I can, get from it myself, other than, the audio that you played for us. If those could be posted, how you do your posting, and that is wonderful.
Yeah,
thank you for that.
Okay, sure, sis. If I remember, I will. But it is, you can find. That's why I always give you all this information, because again, we're in graduate school. So if I'm giving you this information, that means you need to take the initiative to go research it. So now, if I remember and I have time, I'll post it. But it's off of the YouTube channel, The Big Head Scientist. And that is a channel
I can remember that.
Yeah, that's a channel that you need to subscribe to, because he drops a lot of knowledge. And I didn't even get to the other elders, because he posted 4 short clips with 4 of the 24 elders. I guess he's making them as we speak. But you can go to his channel, and you will see those videos from the channel is The Big Head Scientist on YouTube.
Okay. And the last question that I've had, I thought somehow the information that was transcended from one of the videos, because I was thought as we become spiritual and we're going through this spiritual journey, we are not able to help others. But it seemed like that is what I heard, the reverse of what I'm told. Are we supposed to help the others to come into their own spirituality, or do we just travel our own spirituality until they ascend to a particular level?
I'm appalled because this is graduate school. So that's your homework. You come back next week and give me the answer.
Okay. Thank you. I yield. Peace and love.
All right. Peace and love, sis. Okay, we're going to go to Anonymous. Let me see. Anonymous, your line is open?
My line is over. Am I allowed to come back real quickly? Hey, you mentioned about all that blood they're drawing from you to make their medicine. I usually refer to that as poison, and I try and stay away from those places. But I think you mentioned Sis Rhonda, and this is something that was very near and dear to Dr. Blair's heart. Did you say something about monatomic gold?
Yes. Yes.
Anyway, and you honed in on the frequency, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Okay, well, anyway, if I could, I'd like to put a little something on that because that's one of the things that's near and dear to my heart also. The monatomic elements. The last fellow I know that really tried to bring that to the forefront as real medicine. Monatomic elements are superconductive, and this is what got this gentleman exterminated, if you will.
Oh, wow.
But anyway, there's a product that's made from monatomic elements. It's called orbitally rearranged monatomic element. And if you go back and eliminate the vowel out of that, you end up with RM, which translates into real medicine and restoration of mankind. Well, since these elements are superconductive, and we're going back into the days of Moses, you know, according to my understanding, and I'm not on the internet, so I do the old research the old way by reading certain books. Anyway, this superconductive material, what it does, being real medicine, it disrupts bad frequencies. We're talking about frequencies always. Everything has a frequency. It disrupts the bad frequencies in the damaged cells and causes correction of the damaged cells and the DNA causes them to act and function normally. And there's some pretty good information out there. I want to say if's not a good word. When this is allowed to come to the forefront, literally it will restore mankind's health because of all the toxicity they put in us, you know, with the pharmaceuticals. So anyway, this is like a good moon rising, okay, if you will. Many, many moons ago, this is brought to the forefront, and this stuff existed back in the days of Moses, you know, and it is certain books it's written in. But you bring this to the forefront, there will be no ill health on this planet because all these technologies, there's nothing new under the sun. Everything that we have access to now is a matter of rediscovering what's already been there always for us. And it's been withheld and cloaked from us. And you talked about the lifting of the veil. Well, when the true lifting of the veil fully happens, that will be galactic disclosure, and there will be nothing hidden anymore on this planet. And with that, I yield, sister. I thank you for letting me spill that out there.
I agree. Indeed. Thank you so much, Brother Tom. And the monatomic gold, I actually still have a lot of that from Dr. Blair. And the concept of that is, you know, you take it and it raises your frequency, particularly in your blood. Because if you vibrate at a certain level, then illnesses and bacteria and viruses cannot survive in that environment. So that is the purpose of the monatomic gold, to raise your blood level vibration, to kill off bacteria and viruses, etc. And also, I noticed that I had actually had to stop taking it because I was traveling so much with vivid dreams and kicking it and doing so much stuff that once I woke back up, I was exhausted. And so I had told Dr. Blair, I'm like, Dr. Blair, that doggone monatomic gold got a sister, first of all, running around like a jackrabbit with all of this energy. And then I'm traveling. When I sleep, I remember exactly where I was, who I was meeting with, what I was doing, what I was learning. I was kicking it, and I had to put it down because I was exhausted. I would wake up because I hadn't truly really rested, because I knew what I was doing. I remember everything that I was doing when I was, quote, quote, supposedly asleep. So, yes, thank you, Brother Tom, for bringing in that monatomic gold. And those are some of the technologies that was hidden from us, that was given to us by our galactic brothers and sisters, or relatives per se, to help us while we're in this realm get back some of the things that we had in the other realms or galaxies. So thank you for that, Brother Tom.
Hey, Rhonda.
Yes, sir.
Tom don't get the bomb for that?
Yeah, he really does. Let me try to find. Yeah, because that was really good that he tied that in with that monotonic gold. And yeah, Dr. Blair was a huge component of it. And when he would put it on sale, I would go ahead and stock up on that. So I am so glad that I did.
Where exactly? Is that the only place you can get it, sis?
Well, that's the only place that I particularly trusted. So I'm not even sure if his site, Meta Center 2, is still selling his products. So if somebody, and I don't even know if his number is still there or not. But go on to Meta Center 2's website, and there should be a number. Yeah, Meta Center 2. Now, the only other place, because Tony and another lady that was helping Dr. Blair run things, if they didn't keep it up and running, the only other person that I would trust, he sells products as well. I think he gets them from a third party. But he's a pretty powerful brother, and I'm going to reach out to him and have him on the show as a guest, is Savan Bomber or Bomer. Some people call him Sevan, SEVAN BOMAR. And I can't think of his site right now, but just do a little research on that name. He sells monatomic gold as well.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. All righty. So we are going to go to 248. 248, your line is open.
Yes. Oh, good evening, Sister Rhonda.
Good evening, beloved.
Oh, this is Deb in Detroit, and I'm a first-time caller.
Oh, welcome, beloved.
I see you. I see you.
I have some other sisters that I had shared the number with because I told them, I said, there's this call I discovered off of Dr. Henderson's website. I said, but I only know about one night a week, but it sounds like it's going on more than one. But it's like I'm so thirsty for the knowledge. We it's so hard. It's so many calls, and it's so hard to find, where calls where they may have a little bit of truth, but then you have to wade through a whole lot of lies and garbage just to get, and we are so thirsty, and this is so, you got a beautiful group of people, and the information is just, it's no words. So I thank you for putting this knowledge out here, and I'm just wondering, like last week, I heard you all talking about a call on Friday, and I couldn't find it because I tuned into Dr. Henderson's call, but I didn't hear any of the ladies, and I said, well, maybe they're just on listening tonight, or maybe it's another call at a different time I don't know about. Then I heard you all talking about last night's call. So I saw on the YouTube link where there's a Wednesday call with...
That's Mama Ya with Jones, with Sister Jones. So she's Wednesday night at 8.
And that's the same telephone number and access. Okay. Now, is there calls during other nights?
Yes.
Or on a website or something?
Yeah, you can go to the Truth UnCompromised Facebook page, and we post
I'm not on Facebook.
Okay, yeah, that's probably why you're missing a lot of them. But we have standard calls or shows, rather. Prophecy is with Sis Linda, Oracle Denise, and Sis Beverly. They come on every Monday at 9 p.m. So they drop some heavy knowledge. They get into law, treaties, prophecy from the Bible, the Holy Quran. Oracle Denise is a historian. So that's the call that we're on. Prophecy comes on every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Oh, wow. And then Wednesday, we just had Sister Joan join us with Mama Ya. So she discusses the feminine principle of Ya Allah. Okay, so that God feminine principle. So she comes on every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. So the same dial-in number that you did tonight. And, of course, we're on Truth Uncompromised show every Thursday at 7 p.m. So we don't have any calls on the Truth Uncompromised network on Friday. That is Dr. Henderson's U.S. update that you're probably familiar with.
Yes. Oh, thank you so much. And it's the same phone number and same access code, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday.
You got it, beloved.
Oh,
hey, Rhonda, keep on the line for a minute.
Sure thing, brother.
What I do, Rhonda, I have a file with a full schedule of the calls on. I email it to you, and you can email it to her.
Okay, that's nice. Shoot, I don't want to give out her email.
Would you? I said I'm going to email it to you, and you contact her, and then you just forward it to her.
Yeah. So I'm about to ask her if I could take down her number.
Please do. Please do. Thank you so much.
And what's your first name, sis?
Deborah.
Okay, sis. I got your number.
I go by Deb in Detroit sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes.
All right. So I'll reach out to you to get you that information.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay. Well, thank you, beloved. I'm glad you found us.
Oh, I am so glad too. And I will share the information with my sisters in Atlanta too.
Okay, good deal. My old stomping grounds. I'm in and out of Atlanta all the time. Lived there for 15 years.
Oh, my goodness.
I got good ties there. Absolutely.
Oh my gosh! Well, I tell you, sometimes I wish I was down there. I'm in Detroit, and we go through all 4 seasons in one day right now. And what you were saying about the sun and the moon and the whole bit, I've been telling people, and it's hard to find people, that are awake, and that you can talk to about these things. That's why I love the call so much.
Oh, well, I'm so glad.
I just look up and I said, oh my goodness, okay, and I'm taking pictures of things. I'm seeing 3 and 4 planets. I've been seeing them for a year or 2.
Exactly,
and that's
Nibiru's.
Yes. Oh yes, I see the red with the wings. And I tell people, and they just look at me so blank.
Exactly.
And then I shove the pictures in their face because I'm thinking, surely, okay, they can't deny this. And they look at me so blank. But I've been taking the Ethereum gold and monatomic gold and stuff like that.
Okay.
And somebody finally just pulled my coat and told me, said, you know what? Not everybody is seeing this. Not everybody can see it.
Now, that is true, beloved. That is very, very true. We discussed that, too. Sis Divinity, share with her what you just told me, and I kind of cracked up about that rainbow. You just shared that with me 2 weeks ago.
Oh, well, we were coming out of Walmart.
Y'all, and it's Walmart. I can't with y'all tonight, but go ahead.
My girlfriend and I were coming out of Walmart, and there had just been a storm. I mean, just came out of nowhere. And once it was over, we stepped out, and I thought, oh, my gosh, look at this huge rainbow in the sky. And she's like, where? And I'm pointing here, come over here. She never could see it.
Wow.
And it was just huge. I've never seen one that wide before, and I have never, ever seen one that had lavender. This particular rainbow had lavender in it.
Wow.
Yeah, and I know that happened to Sis Beverly also. She said she was sitting there and she was pointing, looking at it as plain as day, and her family was like, what are you talking about? No, you seeing stuff. And she said she got a message that said, shut up. You can see it. They can't. She said she just sat there quiet. So, yeah, absolutely. You're not going crazy. No. You're seeing into the other dimensions. You are seeing the new higher dimension that we're moving into, and we're moving into it quite rapidly because we've already made a dimension jump. We made a big one actually March 20th.
Oh.
And some say we're coming up for another dimensional jump on June 20th.
Wow. Well, I can't wait because we talk, my friends and I, we talk usually every couple of days, and we're like, oh my goodness, when is going to happen?
Yeah,
and we know it's going to be all in divine time, but it's like, it's
coming fast. It's coming fast. So, but you're doing what you're supposed to do, and y'all don't sleep on Detroit, because let me tell you something about Detroit. It's some powerful energy, baby, in Detroit. Wow. It's a very strong portal there. An extremely strong portal there. So that's why a lot of you are still there. You're there for a reason.
Oh, dear. Wow. Would you please tell us about that one night?
Yeah, we kind of went over the portals before. I personally think that some of us that are, direct descendants of the Galactic, the reason we keep staying in those areas because we are also drawn to that energy, number one. But also, number two, I had got a message that we are also, quote, quote, the semi-guardians of it as well. Because remember, a certain number of us keep coming back to this realm to help humanity. So don't sleep on Detroit. A lot of powerful energy there.
Yeah.
Detroit is lined up with the holy city Medina. Chicago is lined up with the holy city Mecca.
Yep.
So, yes, there is a lot of strong energy in Detroit and Chicago as well.
Yeah, because I'm originally from the Chi-Town, and I had finally figured it out because since I was a little itty bitty girl, I would always have dreams, and I kept being at two places, and both places were right off of the lakefront. And so as I, started coming into more knowledge, it was revealed to me that's because it's a portal. And the last time that I remember being at one of those portals, it was so vivid, what I thought was a dream, that I smelled the water, I felt the water on my face, and I don't know how Phyllis Hyman wound up standing there. But, that's when somebody confirmed for me, and it may have even been Oracle Tahuti, that yes, there is a strong gateway in Chi-Town as well. So hopefully now the melanated people start to enter and understand why we dominated some of these, what they call, quote, quote, metropolitan cities. There is a reason for that.
Well, you really, everything you say, it's like about 3 or 4 more questions that it opens up.
I know.
I'm going to yield.
All right, sis, well, welcome, and just keep coming back, beloved.
Very much.
Well, thank you so much for your support.
Oh, thank you. I look forward to listening to this again tomorrow, because it's so rich. It's so much until I have to go back over my notes and go with it. Oh, but thank you.
Well, thank you, beloved. Well, welcome. Okay, peace and love.
Peace and love.
Okay, we have 3 more calls. We're going to go with 313. I think I opened you. Let me see, Sugar. Maybe I didn't. 313, your line is open.
Hi. Greetings to all.
Greetings.
My name is Della, and just tonight I'm here in Detroit as well. This is my first time calling, and I appreciate you all. I truly do. I had something I wanted to say concerning, or actually, make a statement concerning, the discussion tonight.
Mm-hmm.
But what it is I'm from a family, where my father was a minister and raised with the scripture and all. But there was one particular scripture that came to mind to me from Galatians 4. Mm-hmm. And I believe this is Galatians 4, 24, starting with 4:23, starting there, and speaking about Hagar. Mm-hmm. The two covenants and the allegorical story that's being told concerning the two covenants. I wanted to understand, especially since you mentioned the King James Version of the Bible for the 1611. I wanted to see what it was in comparison to all that you're talking about, because I've been studying myself for a long time. Mm-hmm. And normally I study the Bible just by word, word for word, and trace through to connect what those words are. And one of the main things was the consciousness. Mm-hmm. And I can't think of the name of the scripture right now that goes along with that, but what came to mind was, like I said, was in Galatians. I wanted to see what it was that you understood from Galatians of the King James Version, from Galatians 4, 4:23, 24, and help me to understand from your perspective, any one of you, to help me have a better understanding, because I've just recently, I periodically listen to you, and I believe it was in April 21st was one of the programs I listened to from everyone, and that was such a mind-blowing discussion till I experienced the most heavenly feeling within my total being. Wow. It took me to a point of relaxation. Oh. But then tonight, I've come to a point of a lot of confusion with my own studies, like I say, through the years. And I just wanted to have any one of you speak on that particular two scriptures, Galatians 4:23 and Galatians 4:24.
Okay, so do you have it up? And if so, can you read it? Because I don't know scriptures I only know a few off the top of my head.
Okay,
so if you don't have it up, I'll look for it. But I prefer to read it.
Okay. Now, I have a King James as well, but I don't have the 1611 version of King James. And I have found in other Bibles that the wording is very different. Sometimes it'll throw you off. But here in Galatians 4, I'm going to start at 4:23. But let's see. I'm going to...
I have it.
You have it?
Great.
Could you read that?
Oracle is tight. Go ahead on.
Yes.
Which things are an allegory? For these are the two covenants. The one from the Mount Sinai, which gendereth to bondage, which is Hagar. Now, for this is 25. That was Galatians 4 and 24, 4 and 25.
24. No, 4:23 and 24. And basically what the two.
Okay, 23 is, but he who was the bondwoman was born after the flesh, but he is of the free woman was by promise.
Okay.
Now, the promise was made to the 12 tribes of Abraham. That's who the promise was made to. And as far as the bondwoman, I'd really like to have time to read it and properly give you an answer.
Yes.
But it seems to deal with the seed of Abraham. Okay. Because our Heavenly Father, Yah Allah, made a promise to the 12 tribes of Abraham that we would in this day be the nation that all things would be given to.
Okay.
Okay.
That part I understand, but where I was coming into the confusion of it was, like I mentioned at the start, I study allegory. And the word allegory within itself, it being more of what the story is talking about in symbolism to us. Because we are a basic people, these words are given to us to see it in symbolism. And in order to reach your higher consciousness, to know yourself, to go within. And it also brings to mind, I believe it is in Luke 17:21, I believe, or it might be 17:21, where he's telling you to go within yourself. But I got real confused while everyone was reading because of the story being allegorically written. That one word, is where I wanted to hear what would be your understanding in order to be able to express the scripture from within yourself of the truth of what they're giving us from our ancestors.
Okay.
What is written to us from the ancestors.
Wasn't that Moses at Mount Sinai?
Okay.
Okay, and Moses brought down the covenant to the Israelites, the Hebrew Israelites. And that covenant that he brought down was the principles that we are supposed to abide by in life so that we stay on the righteous pathway. Okay, that was one of the covenants. It said it was 10 commandments, but we know it was a lot more than
40,
10 commandments.
40 or more.
So that was the covenant that was brought to us to guide the melanated people throughout our existence. Now, we also have another covenant that we are aware of today, and that covenant has lied dormant. That is the 501c4 covenant. That is the double covenant. The 5 is for grace, and the 01 represents our Heavenly Father, Yah Allah, who is making this covenant with mankind. And the C4 is the double covenant.
Right.
So this covenant has been in existence for a long time. It just laid dormant. Now in this day and time, that covenant has been resurrected in our mind and our hearts. So that is the higher frequency or vibratory level that we arrive at because we have the Galactics, beings from all over the universe who have gathered here to help guide us through our ascension, to be able to abide within this double covenant that has been made with mankind. Mm-hmm. So what you are reading is just a reminder of the provisions made for us to ascend and live in that new heaven and new earth. All the things that you read is a reminder of that. And if you go through your... Yes.
So you're saying as we go within ourselves to search for the truth, where it all lies, within each of us individually, and we resonate with one another to that truth, as it's spoken by each and every person. That's why I said tonight, it kind of took me back because I got such a confused feeling concerning some of the explanations.
Well, you're trying to walk a new walk. You going with that old time.
No.
They say old time religion, but it's not really religion. It is your Akashic records that is being revived within you.
Absolutely.
And you are questioning the false doctrine that you have received, because what's being revealed to you now by this call and your inner thoughts is that, hey, there's something wrong with what I've been told, and there's more.
That's very true.
Picture, okay, and you're vibrating. You're beginning to see the ancestors, the ancestors, the galactic beings have shot this earth with gamma rays to cause our ascension, and you are experiencing that ascension. That's why your brain is so inquisitive, and you have all these questions within you, because you're on a journey to truth, and you will not accept anything else.
Oh, no.
So that is a part of your ascension.
Indeed. And I'm going to bring on Sis Linda. She has her prophecy show every Monday night. She asked to be brought in because she has something to add to it.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, Linda. Yes, I listened to her this past Monday.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Thank you, Rhonda, for bringing me in. Greetings, family. Elder Kobe. That was some really good explanations, but that was at the graduate level, so I'm going to take it down a little bit. And so what I'm going to do first for everyone is let them know the scripture. And she asked for Galatians chapter 4 verses. She was asking verse 23 and 24.
Yes.
I'm going to start at 21 to put it in more context and go to 25.
All
right. It says, tell me, ye that desire to be under the law, do you not hear the law? So I'm going to say that to you, because with the Bible is the law. So tell me, ye that desire to be under the law, do you not hear the law? For it is written that Abraham had two sons, the one by a bondmaid and the other by a free woman. That's 22. 23 says, but he who was of the bondwoman was born after the flesh, but he of the free woman was by promise. And so we know that's talking about Ishmael and Isaac, the Christian and the Islam. Okay, and then it says 24, which things are an allegory? For these are the two covenants, the one from Mount Sinai, which gendereth to bondage, which is Agar, or we call Hagar. And then verse 25 says, for this Agar is Mount Sinai in Arabia, and answereth to Jerusalem, which now is, and is in bondage with her children. Okay, so now what I want to say, because you asked about an allegory, so we got to put it in context and know that an allegory is something that's not true. It's something used to give a visual representation of something they're saying so that we can grab the truth. And so we know that it's saying that if you want to be Christian and you think you want to stick to this Bible, whether it's the 1611 King James Version, the New King James Version, or what, that's the law. If you want to be held by the law, then you be there. But I want you to know that this is allegory, not truth. I'm trying to teach you a lesson. That's what it's saying. And it's saying that he had the one son by the bondmaid, which is saying that if you're born in captivity, you are in captivity. We are all like what they did to us at birth. We were not born in captivity, but they immediately put us there to make us think we were. And then if you're born free, you're free. And so as an allegory, that if we were born free, we cannot be in captivity. We are born of the promise. And so this is me putting it in a context where we are today, how we can all use this information. And so the other thing that I want to say to you and to there was a gentleman, I think Tim, who said, I'm going to have to read up some more on this. And there was a lady who said, I have a group and we're really thirsty. We want to know. And so I put some notes with this because the Bible has so many holes and gaps in it because it's full of deceptions, lies, or misrepresentation. They just want to give people a story. And so you have to, there's a scripture that says, study to show yourself approved. A workman, and it says a workman rightly dividing the word of God. And so it didn't say read a scripture or read a passage and show yourself approved. Study means you got to go somewhere and get some more information and put it with it so you can get a fuller picture. And this is for everybody. I hope that Tim is on and that lady who's really thirsty is hearing too, because I can give a story from another book that brings everything we talked about into play tonight. The Lost Book of Enki. Enki, it tells a story like he's telling his story to a scribe, and it's from the beginning of time until now. You can believe it or you cannot believe it. But because I read it, because I was hearing all of these creation stories, I'm like, hey, just like you, where does all this stuff coming from? Let me go check it out. Yeah. And I know enough about the Bible that when I start reading books like the Book of Enoch, the Lost Book of Enki, Terra Papers, and the Book of Jubilees and things, that it fills in all of the gaps that the Bible left out. And it's talking about free people, or like the two covenants. It's not really even about a bondwoman and not the Ishmael and Isaac. It's talking about like the Anunnaki, those who came here and who created the people. And if you created an offspring from a servant, a slave race that was created, they're slaves. They're not the ones. The ones of the brother and those gods, they married their brothers, their sisters, their cousins, their uncles, their things like that, and had their offspring. And those were the free ones. And I yield.
That's Professor Linda.
Yes. Thank you, Sis Linda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for bringing that in. Okay, right. Sis, did you get what you needed?
No, I did. I have what I needed, but it's just the only thing is I wanted to understand from the King James 6:11 in the wording. That word alone that she took the time to explain to us, which is truth. I just wanted a comparison to see, because I don't have access to that 16:11, and since I felt such a confusion, that particular scripture came to mind. And I wanted to hear how it was worded.
I will attempt to. Now, I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, because if you...
No, I understand. I'm not going to take up any more time with that.
No. Not that
we don't have to.
You don't too much time. Hear me out.
And I appreciate you, Linda. I appreciate you all. And I do hope to someday get that Bible myself.
Yeah, because the reason I didn't
I just wanted it immediately right now. That's all.
Okay, well, I'm trying to explain to you the reason why I did not flip to those particular books in the 1611, because there is a lot of added books in here, and I'm struggling to even find where it is at. So I was trying to flip through it, but because this has a lot more stuff added than we were traditionally taught,
yes,
it takes me a long time to find what you are quoting as that particular one, because it could be named something else in here.
Exactly, and I just wanted the immediate wording.
I can't do right now because I tried to flip through it and I couldn't find it, so I would literally have to do the research, etc., etc.
Okay, I understand.
To give you the exact wording. So in the meantime, as Sis Linda said, since I couldn't give it to you, you can certainly try to find it on your own. Maybe even Google it, and maybe someone would have put it out there for you.
Well, yeah, the 1611 it is.
And there's actually, now that I think about it, there is actually a PDF of that 1611.
Yes, it is. I know it is.
Okay.
But I just wanted to ask the question because you all were somewhere there in the topic of all that we've talked about all night, since the beginning of the program. That's the only reason I queued in. And then to let you know about, my experience that I've gotten in the times that I've, had the opportunity to be on the calls with you. So I just queued in. But thank you very much, and I will, and I'll start anew in the morning. I'm fresh at that hour. My glasses are broke, so I'm having trouble reading.
Okay, beloved.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I appreciate you all, and thank you.
Okay, you're quite welcome. Thank you, beloved. Okay, let me, peace and love. Okay, we have two more callers. Let me see, we have 314. 314, your line is open.
Hi, greetings.
Greetings, beloved.
I'm calling for the first time, and I'm really excited to be on the call. I'm in Los Angeles, and I've gotten so many confirmations tonight, and I'm just I'm planning to continue with the call, continue to expand my knowledge and wisdom, and just count it a blessing to have been invited. And what I would like too is if there's a callback number to listen to recordings, I'd like that.
Sure thing.
And like a website.
Sure thing. You can get it two ways.
Okay.
If you have a pen, I could give you the callback number.
Yes, I have one.
It's 712-775-7039. Now, if you wait past Monday, because Sis Linda, who was just chiming in, her show is on Monday night at 9, it will erase that callback. But we do put on the Facebook page a link that doesn't get erased, so you can catch it there. And then we also archive all the calls on the Truth Uncompromised YouTube channel, so you can listen to it that way as well.
Oh, okay. All right, great. I'd like to touch on just a few things quick. I know it's been long. When you in the beginning, you mentioned about the whales and the sea, the animals that are dying. Last week, a huge gray whale washed up on one of the California beaches, like about 40 feet long, weighing 30 tons. And that was just like, wow. But things like that have been happening just periodically, and huge mammals. And people came from all over as though it was an exhibit in a museum. And that just is something I was like, wow, okay, that's a confirmation on what's going on. And myself, it took me back when you talked about the pineal gland. When I was a child, all the time when I would take pictures, I would always have a diamond with the reflection, and people would even ask, like, what's that? They would look at my face when they look at pictures and like, what is that? What's that diamond? You know, and I noticed it. I just started looking at my pictures like, wow, you know, I just really hadn't paid attention, but then I just started doing studying and reading into like the third eye, and that was when I was just growing up. But as a child, myself and my siblings have always been visionaries and creators, and would have out-of-body experiences and things like that growing up. But I know myself, I've crossed over. While I was on that level, God gave me a poverty alleviation plan. Wow. That was so awesome. And I was allowed to come back to this level, to where we are. And as Brother Tom was speaking, I was already saying the Mississippi River. Like, because I just was in tune with what he was saying. As I'm from Illinois, which is I'm 15 minutes from Ferguson. So we've always been, it's just something about that area. And so it's like, for that poverty alleviation plan, I'm supposed to start it there. And I'm in California, but that's where all that energy is supposed to take place. And it's the St. Louis metropolitan area. So that was something else, was like, bam. And the number 9, I'm a luxury apparel designer. I'm eco-friendly, eco-green, but my clothing line is based on 9. And I was thinking about the 9 because it's just always intrigued me, because 9 multiplied anytime, and when you add up 9s, it always deduces to 9. And then when you think about the Earth, the circumference is 360 degrees, which is 360, which is 9. Then you break the radius down into 180 degrees, and that's 180, which is 9. Then you go to a quadrant, 45 degrees, still a 9. So it was just like, just 9, 9, 9s. And then I was thinking about just anything. I started just multiplying. 9 times 2, 18, 9. 9 times 3, 27, 9. You know, everything was 9. And it was just like, that's what I was given, like, for my clothing line, to deal with 9s. And it was like the men's line. And so, but now it's just like I felt encompassing the line. And I was thinking about feminine, because that's something else, being that me, the mother of all creation, and just see, and I sing. And when you were talking about me, and I'm like, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do. And I said, wow, you know, it's just like, all this is just, I was just like, wow. And just to be invited today with all this information. I was texting my friend that told me, because we were on together, because he can't even call in. So I called in on a 3-way for him so he can get the call. And he even dealt 3 hours today with his phone company, wondering why he's unable to get on the call. But I was saying, I don't even mind. You can call me, and I can three-way you in on any call. But that was what I was telling him. This call was for me. I said, all this is just relating to me, and I was just texting him back. But I'm just really excited about it. I took a lot of notes. And I'm looking. What I wanted to say too, I had been. I'm always been a highly excited person, high vibrations. Well, my body itself has been vibrating for like the last 2 years. Periodically, just vibrating. And it's just, I've been on that level. But on the physical zone, it's like disease has tried to come in. And I've been seeking for what I can do. I mean, I've done wheatgrass and I've done all kinds of different cleanses. I'm currently trying to do my body into an alkaline state because I've read up that disease cannot live in an alkalinity environment. And then you mentioned about the monatomic gold. And I looked that up. So it comes in powder and liquid. So I didn't know which one, but that site is Dr. Blair's official site.
Oh, yes, it is the Medicine too.
Medicenter, yes, MedicenterChicago.com.
Right, yes.
So that's where I found that, and I could get that because I said, this is all in divine order. So I am just so appreciative. And because I'm just like, I have to heal, and I'm considered a healer. And then I said, I had the question, like, if I'm a healer, why am I always challenged with these issues? But then it's like, but how can you tell someone and that they can get better if you're going through it, and you can tell them they can go through it, and then you can learn what to do to teach the people. So I said, wow, okay, so I embraced that. But now tonight I learned, I've never been told about the gold. And yesterday one of my friends sent me a text saying, what's my favorite color? She said, don't ask me any questions because she knows me. I'll just try to break it down. So I just told her gold. Purple and green.
See, gold isn't mine, but green since I was a little girl. Never knew why, but now I know that's the order of Melchizedek. And I walked into a store one day, and this guy, I was getting me some sage, doing a little different things, and he said, "Whoa,
yes,
you have green surrounding you." I'm like, wow. But yeah, green and then purple are my favorite colors too. So, it's no accident that those are your favorite colors, because these are the sacred teachings of our ancestors. Those colors have meaning. Green represents the heart chakra. It is also the order of Melchizedek. Purple represents the highest consciousness state of the pineal gland. It means awakening. So that's no accident at all.
Wow, I'm just
and the gold,
thrilled. I'm really thrilled.
The gold, think of the Wizard of Oz. I always take people back to the Wizard of Oz. Follow the yellow brick road to lead your kundalini.
I say that all the time. Yes, I say that all the time, telling people just follow the yellow brick road. And they look at me like, what? But the same thing you all were saying and the other sisters, I always see things that no one else sees. Always. Rainbows and stars and different things like that. And I'm like, didn't you see? Look. And I'm telling people, look right there. I see things in trees and just always. I see things on the wall just all the time, and nobody else can see what I'm seeing. So now I know that there's only certain people are given that vision, that visionary, that, and the other people just, I don't know, for whatever reason they're not in tune. But I can't let it weigh me down. I just have to receive what I get and keep moving.
Yeah, because you have a spiritual.
And I no longer care. Yes. But I was saying I don't care anymore when people say, oh, something's wrong with her. She's special. Right. And I say, I am special. But I'm just so thrilled and happy. This has made my my life.
Oh, welcome, beloved. Well, welcome to the Galactic family as we're in the Jedi Master training. So I hope you continue to join us. And before I forget, I got a message that you need to go to Ferguson and make that happen.
Wow.
So I got that message.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to yield, but I didn't want to leave you tonight without bringing that message across. And I'm sorry, Oracle Tahuti. Go ahead,
the rainbows that you see is a covenant between you and the Heavenly Father, Yah Allah. So it is meant for you to see that rainbow.
Wow.
Yeah. And one last thing, the DNA and all that, I'm saving up money so I can do a DNA because I've always wanted to know my lineage and just who I am and where I'm from. So that's my next mission.
Okay, and the only thing, be careful with that, who you get it from. I don't know personally of any reputable
I want to
places.
get it from AfricanAncestry.com.
They're kind of skewed because I did mine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I did mine, and where they actually make you do the swab, and then they had my brother do the other swab, and they came back with all of these areas in Africa that we're from, and I was all psyched and had it framed, and then when I found out that people in North America, meaning you are of the tribe of Judah. You've always been here. So that's not even the region that you are originally from. So it's a scam to get your money. So, I'm just saying, because I spent back then, this was going on, it had to be at least a good 15 years ago. I spent about $300, close to $400 back then. So I don't even know what they're charging now, but I'm saying all this to say I wouldn't trust it. I wouldn't trust it because they're not giving your true ancestry. They're not giving you the true ancestry.
Well, if anyone knows about a reputable one,
I would
that's something I would like to find out.
Yeah, I would let you know.
Thank you.
Yeah, because I don't know of any, but you are supposed to be tying back to one of the 12 tribes. And if you are here on this land, as far as you can remember, your people being on this land, and you are the tribe of Judah. Unless you came from one of the islands. Now those are different tribes. But they're still part of one of the 12 tribes.
Well, I don't know. And one thing that our family says that we didn't come from slavery.
We didn't, because we were already here.
Right. So apparently then I am from the tribe of Judah.
Yes. More than likely you are from the tribe of Judah. And I was telling people, and I'm coming to you, Sugar. I know, 231, Sugar, I'm coming to you. Pay attention. People call the show Ratchet, the show Empire. They're sending us a subliminal message. Because the show is about a family whose last name is Lion, okay? And it is about the tribe of Judah here in North America in power. And what they are doing to hold on to power. And the second piece of that, the patriarch of the family, Lucius, he also represents Lucifer.
Right.
So I'm saying all that to say they're putting this stuff in our face for a reason, because as we are lifting up out of these physical conditions, deplorable conditions, and also spiritual fall conditions, the tribe of Judah is the first to rise, and all the other 12 tribes follow. So I'm willing to bet you are of the tribe of Judah.
And I have been told that before. So this is nothing new to my psyche. Well, you have my phone number.
Yes, let me take it
So I would appreciate a call, so then I can give you my email and other information.
With me, because I be so crazy busy during the week.
Patient.
So be a little patient with me, because I still owe Simeon a call, and if he knew that I put in an 80-hour week, he'll forgive me. So, beloved, what is your first name? What's your first name?
Randy.
Okay, all right.
Randy.
Randy. Okay. All righty. All right, beloved. Well, nice speaking with you, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah. You're welcome, and love and light and peace and blessings.
Love and light to you, beloved.
Thank you.
Okay. Oracle, did you have something you want to put on it, or did you put on it already?
Yeah, I did. We tag teamed and covered it.
Okay. Okay, so 231, you're the last caller. Let me open up your line. Okay, board, don't start acting funky. 231.
Peace and love, sisters.
Peace and love, beloved.
Hi. I'm so excited. Hey, no worries about being the last one. I was meant to be the last one for a reason. I am so excited, so overwhelmed, so I have my notebook here flooded with notes, and I feel so much wiser and full of knowledge, and I don't have a lot of it, but it's coming.
Yeah, you do. This my beloved baby sis family.
Baby sis.
Yeah, this baby
Peace and love family, and oh my gosh. I am listening to this call, just seeing my reflection in everybody that I hear tonight, all my family, even Deb, that the new caller tonight, the one who just got off with us. I see you because I hear me, and it feels so good. And I go to work every day, and these people at work think I'm crazy because I'm trying to give them truth, and they're telling on me to my manager about silly stuff, and I go to work so overjoyed and happy, and I leave just with a little less each day. And then when I get on these calls and I hear my family talking to me, and I see them and I see me, I get revived. I was rejuvenated tonight, and I'm going to be at work so happy tomorrow. They're going to be sick of me.
Well, that's not your problem that they can't
I know it.
Vibrate on the same level like that one little young rapper, and I don't know his name, but that song I like because he's like, please don't kill my vibe. Please don't kill my vibe.
Yes. I know. I have to sit there and sing that to myself all day. Please don't kill my vibe. Don't do that. I have to, and it's okay. And I have to remind myself, Jennifer, who cares what they have to say? Because all that matters is that you're happy, and you keep this beautiful smile on your face, and you make it contagious, and you give it to everybody.
Indeed.
And I have been, and I say that, that I hear and see my reflection in everybody, and I have to give recognition to my sis, Sahida. I love you, and I miss you, and I didn't recognize my reflection until she said that to me.
Aww.
And I was looking in her face, and I seen it, and I was like, there it is. Hi, I love you.
And she had to
I just
off, so she's not here.
I know.
Listening in the background, but
well, good. I'm glad. I'm hoping everybody is feeling this vibration at the end of this love and truth and peace, freedom and justice. This call that is just rejuvenating to new callers even.
Yes,
thank you, sis. Thank you.
Oh, you all are so welcome. I mean, I get so much, and I have to give it all up to our ancestors.
Yes.
For bringing the information through me, and I always send a message up to the ancestors and the Most Highest and go within. And I always, before every show, ask, do not make it about me.
Mm-hmm.
I am just the tool to bring the message through.
Yes.
Every time before I get on the show, I ask that the message flows what they need you all to hear, to come through me and to come through the dream team. So I want to give all honor and respect to the ancestors as well.
Most definitely. Big sis, you're doing your thing, and I'm here listening, just feeding off of everything and filling my belly and getting full with knowledge, and I thank you. I thank the ancestors. I thank Sis Linda, Empress Shama for their calls, for their insight, and I think about you all every day. I hear you in my head every day, and Empress Shama, I miss your beautiful light, and no worries, it's shining in me every day. Even when it's raining now, I tell people it's okay because I have my own sunbeam around me. You can have some. I'm sharing it, and it's because my Empress is sharing it with me, and my sis Linda is giving me knowledge, and so are you, and I'm just, I'm in bliss.
That's my baby sis. I just fell in love with her immediately, and it was just such a warm feeling. So I'm just, so honored that you are a part of our family, beloved.
Oh, it's definitely my pleasure to be a part of this family, and I just have to share with everybody that Braylon he's over here trying to talk, and we're teaching him Allah, and he's got it down real well.
Oh, he is such a precious little thing, and so smart. So you give him a kissy, and give the rest of the babies kissies from Auntie.
I am. They shock me every day, and they teach me every day. So I'm a grateful mother. And I'm a happy baby sis, and I'm living. I'm finally living.
Good, beloved. I can hear it and I can feel it. Indeed.
Yes, I will yield, and I love you. I love my family, and peace and love and light and nightfall.
Okay, love you too. Love you very much, baby sis. Okay, what a wonderful end. Those last callers. Not that everybody else wasn't wonderful, but that was really, really nice to hear from so many new listeners. That really brought my heart joy. So with that said, family, I think we broke a record tonight. We're almost going into 7 hours.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
We ain't going no 7 hours.
Yeah, we have. We've been on here since 7. We've been on here since 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
Yeah.
That ain't but 5.5 hours.
It goes by fast, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does go by fast. So we're going to start winding down. So, Brother Wendell, you had any last words for the family?
Yeah, I'm real happy to see that this thing is growing and more people are awakening. It's very important to get the information and internalize the information, because we got a lot more coming. And I'll be so happy when we get our stuff from under this vacuum so we can show enough get out.
I know. We going to get down real good. And, boy, I'm putting in my request now. Dragon family, Black Dragon family, let a sister, come on now. Hook a sister up with a little information so I could go on and do my deep little studying, take my little notes. And the dream team can get it cracking to start disseminating this information. We'll get her done.
Hey, you know where I hope you know where I wanted to be at? I want all that information up there in the White House.
I didn't already told you how I felt about it.
Right in their faces, huh?
Because I said it's going to take so much damn sage to clear out some evil spirits. We'll set a fire. I say burn that F down or tear it down and build something equal friendly. All of that stuff needs to come down. It just what it represents, it just disgusts me. And why should we use all the sage on this planet to try to purify? So tear it down. It needs to go.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, Sis Divinity, you had any last words for the family?
Oh, as usual, it's been a wonderful night, and I always love and appreciate all the callers, but when you get those new ones on there, it's just really
warms your heart.
Yes, I know. So it's just
really, and they held so patiently all the way to the end. They held up so patiently, so that warms your heart, and I hope you definitely join us back as we all go through Jedi training.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Appreciate it.
So that was awesome.
Oracle Tahuti, are you still with us, beloved?
Yes, I'm still with you, and I can only echo what Enoch, Brother Wendell said, and that is the knowledge is coming fast and hard, and please listen and absorb this frequency that's being offered through Truth Uncompromised. It will definitely brighten your day, and I yield.
Oh, and thank you, Oracle, for bringing that fire with the elders tonight, because, now I got to get another book. And Brother Wendell, we're going to probably have to incorporate that book onto the creation story myths, because that was fire. So I'm going to be getting that book and some type of way to work that in. So thank you for that.
We're going to have 30 books. I told you that creation story it's going to last for a long time.
It's going to last a long time. Because Sis Divinity, next week, we're going back to the creation story myths, and she's bringing in the Book of Jubilee.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, bringing in the Book of Jubilee. So
but you know what? You know what though?
What?
Mm-hmm.
We gonna find out what really happened.
Our ancestors gonna come down and say, y'all figured it out. We knew if we put y'all together, y'all was gonna piece it together. Exactly. Indeed.
I'm telling you.
So, family, we're going to rock out with some music, but before that, we want to say love, peace, truth, freedom, and justice. We're going to start with one heart, one mind, and one spirit. And with that, I say Nightfall and Brother Wendell, baby, this is for
Johnny
you.
Taylor.
I got you, baby. I got you. I got your back.
I gotta see which one it is.
I love you, girl. I love you, girl. You got me some Johnny Taylor.
Yeah, and they trying not to let a sister